All right, good evening. This workshop of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5:30 p.m. I am very pleased you have taken the time to join us this evening. I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. All right, you can mark your attendance. Okay, we have 6 members present, and I believe Mr. Macias is on his way. All right, we don't have any citizens to be heard. So, Dr. Day, if you and your team want to head on down to your tables, right, and let's get talking about money on finance.
I can stand right here.
Stand there, or you can carry that with you.
I'm good. All right. Are we ready to go?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
All right. Well, good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees. Tonight, we are here to talk to you about the journey to a balanced budget and creating 55.8 square miles of excellence across our school district. It's been quite a journey, and we worked extensively with our partners. We have our demographic person here tonight, which we'll introduce in a minute. We have Dr. Greg Gibson from OKC and our staff that have worked extremely hard to get us to where we are. I want to tell you a little bit about our story, and then we're going to get with our presentation. So the first thing that we looked at is this is a 3-phase journey. The first part of the journey is how can we eliminate 91% to 84%, and that's 7% in personnel. Along the way, in order to do that, equally with a 7% cut, we needed to take a look at all positions in our school district. As we went through, the first part of that is our campus consolidations. And in the campus consolidations, we were able to save 284 positions from that. And when you cut 7% across the number of 91% that we have, that's 536 positions. And so when you go 536 positions minus 284, that gives you 252 positions left to go. Currently, we have 175 positions that are vacant. When you subtract the 175 positions from the 252, that gives you 77 positions left available. And we're going to talk to you about that 77 positions in a minute. But before we do that, there is a whole process this board has undertaken for a year in order to talk about how can we right-size the district and balance the budget. And through that process, you worked with Greg from Mo Casey and their staff, and we want Greg to have the opportunity to share some thoughts with you about this process and why it's imperative that we move forward and create this budget deficit exit within 1 year. Dr. Gibson? Absolutely.
Good evening, trustees. Good to see everyone. Real quickly, just in way of introduction, and just reflecting on the work that we've done the last couple of months and then several months prior to that. But and some trustees came in the middle of the process, and some have been here the whole time, and then some were here before the whole time. And so we've really worked on a lot together in the last couple of years. And, from an outsider looking in, and then those that have joined, it may look kind of episodic and disjointed, and sometimes maybe it even felt that way to me, but there was a through line the whole time, and it was to achieve a balanced budget. I mean, that was the through line. And so whether we were talking about the strategic role and the tactical role and priority 4 of, the balanced scorecard, there's this through line all the way to achieve a balanced budget, and in a way that we kept our eye constantly on student performance. So anyway, I thought that I might say that in way of introduction. So in my mind, that's been the through line. In the presentation tonight, just so you kind of know my role, and I, Madam President and Mr. Superintendent, reserve the right to weigh in at any moment if that is okay. Just to maybe add some flavor to how we did some of the calculations and the numbers, but your team up here and Amanda have basically, and this is my opinion, and they hadn't heard me say this, so they're probably a little bit worried, but they've basically had to serve as a de facto CFO in the last few months. Just like someone says, who's our CFO? Well, you're looking at it. It's this table. This is the CFO. And so what I, as a consultant, tried to do is think about things through the CFO's lens, challenge the data, challenge the numbers, challenge the methodology, and just, and they're probably trying to keep a straight face right now, but there were plenty of times when it's just like, okay, enough, can you just get in your car and go on? But I think every time that, when we got the dry erase boards going and the chart paper, my observation is that every time we did that, we discovered, and I think we settled on the term, we pressure checked it, right? So we looked at a set of numbers and then we pressure checked it. And then you know what, it works everywhere but right here. So I just thought you all might appreciate a little bit of that's what's been going on to be ready for tonight. It's a pretty tight PowerPoint with not a lot of slides, but there's 2 or 3 slides on here that just tell the whole story. So there's no reason to do death by PowerPoint. We've got a couple of slides that basically crystallize the whole story. So with that being said, I do reserve the right to talk again, but we're basically turning it over to the cabinet to kick off the slide deck for tonight.
Thank you, Greg. We're going to stay on this slide for just a little bit because we want to review once again. So the first step was campus consolidations. We consolidated 4 campuses, which allowed us to have 284 positions. We needed to get from the 7% from 91 to 84. That caused us 536 positions we needed to cut across the district. The 284 positions from campus consolidations, right now, those positions are already taken care of. Then it left us for 252, and we have 175 vacancies. When you subtract 252 from 175, it gets you 77. And we're going to talk about right-sizing the district with the remaining 77 vacancies or positions within our school district. But the third part is once you consolidate campuses and now you're right-sizing the district, you have to also address the boundary lines, and you have to look at your attendance zone, because our school staffing is based on how many students are going to each campus, how many students are in each class, and we're going to talk about that as we move forward. And so it's a 3-phase process, and all of them are important and rely on each other to be successful. So the next thing we're going to do is take a look at our fund balance. So this slide right here is extremely important, and I'm going to take a minute for you to take a look at. This is our fund balance on my left-hand side without any cost reductions. And so I want to take you through this process and this journey and this thought process that we all went through, because I think it's important for all of us, and I know for me in my position to inform you how important it is as well. So if we look at 2022 and 2023, we had $123,700,000 in the fund balance. Okay. The next year, 2023 to 2024, we had $101,500,000 in the fund balance. That was a decrease of $22,200,000. Some of that decrease is contributed to, we had ESSER funds that were depleted, but we kept our positions of the people in those positions. And with the ESSER funds, that's how we got up to the 91% by adding additional positions across the board. And when the ESSER funds were depleted, a lot of those positions, or all of those positions, stayed, and they were picked up by local dollars, as well as those 91% of personnel also received the raises that we're giving to the employees, and that contributed to that large amount. So then we go to 2024, 2025, we went from $101,500,000 to $86,500,000. That's a decrease in $15 million. And through that $15 million, almost half of it became from the self-funded loss from insurance. Then the next year, 2025 to 2026, where we are now, we went from $86,500,000 to $52 million. That's a decrease in $34,500,000. And so if you look at the last 4 years, which that's something that I need to make sure that I point out to you, and I look in my position, that is a loss of $71,700,000 to the fund balance over the last 4 years. You can see if we continue on this trajectory, we'll only have $25 million left in the fund balance, and in 2 years, we'll end up having a negative balance of $7 million. And so the whole purpose of this is to talk about why do we have that orange line that says 75 operating days? And the reason we have that is because for us, 75 operating days is an important number, because that puts us at the threshold that we can borrow money and the state will uphold and support us in the interest rates. If we're not at 75 days of operating expenses, the state won't cover us. And so if we ever decided to go out for bonds, if we ever decided to borrow money for any capacity, we wouldn't get that interest rate. We would pay a high interest rate. So what that means is we have bad credit if we go below 75 days. Right now we're at 71 days. And so we need to right that wrong. The next thing is let's take a look is if we do this proposal, if we continue to cut the remaining 77 positions that we have and balance our budget, we will eliminate the $35 million deficit. And as we have also stopped with major expenses in our district for the next couple months, we're going to recover and have more revenue than expenses in these last 2 months, which is going to increase the opportunity to put more money in our fund balance. So we're going to basically go in one stroke of a vote from $52 million to $59 million for next year's budget. So we're going to increase our fund balance by $7 million. What's so great about that is we're going to have a balanced budget. We're going to have to be able to look at our schools, and we're going to have to say, how can we support our schools with the realignment, with the consolidation, and also with the boundary changes. So as we build our schools with different programs, et cetera, it gives us leeway to come back and support our schools across our district in an equitable situation. And we talked about this. We have some schools that right now are lower performing than others. How can we help them? Well, one, the consolidation allows us to put certified teachers in those schools, which previously we did not have. We have a surplus of really quality staff through this consolidation process, and if we continue to work on that and support this staff and our campuses, we can retain and recruit those staff to continue to improve our academic performance. And ladies, that's exactly what we're supposed to be here for. We're supposed to be having those conversations about how we can improve our school district academically. My 7 weeks in the district, we haven't had that conversation as much as we should. We've been focused on the fund balance and our debt service and all those things like that, and we have an opportunity to fix that.
Dr. Jacklitz, if I may, I might illustrate, and I know that the flow here is intended to run through just a very short slide deck and then do Q&A, and so I'll interject maybe twice because there's two data sets that I feel like if I'm you trustees, I may have this question, so I just want to go ahead and ask it for you. But there were two sets of data that in the fall when we were doing our work together that I felt like we were struggling with as a company. One was this. And so if we don't know for sure what this number is, then it's hard for us, if we don't know when we go below the orange line. And then I'll give Amanda kudos in front of everyone working with the Moat Casey staff. Like we feel certain about these numbers now. Is that fair to say? Okay. So once we have that, and I'm going to be very concrete about this. There was a point in time with a subset of the board, if not the full board, that I think the question was posed to me as a consultant, can we do this in 2 years? And I said, maybe. But what I didn't have was this. So now that we have this and I can see the intersection of the blue line and the orange line, the answer is no, in my opinion. And then I was also now that we know where the intersection is and when it occurs. Another thing that I said that may be different today now that this slide is completed is that I was, I think, bringing up first rating, and now that we have this and we see the slope so dramatic on, I'm just going to call it the cash burn. I know that's not a technical term, but that's what it is. You've got a cash burn. You arguably would be at -7 million and be at a B rating on first. Now, how that could happen is you're blowing by first so fast, burning cash, that the alarm bells that it's supposed to set off, it can't set off fast enough. Because it's
Because first comes 2 years after.
Because first comes 2 years afterwards, and you can't. So I had talked about first rating. Forget that. What's important on this slide is when you cross zero. Well, actually, it's when you cross the orange line the first time. But when you cross zero, you've just spent all your savings account, and that's going to set different alarm bells off to the state of Texas. You can't go there. You don't want the story on the left, you want the story on the right.
One of the other things we talked about was, as Greg said, what if we waited 2 years to try to do this? And Amanda ran some numbers working with Mo Casey and the CFO at Mo Casey. And Amanda, would you share with us a little bit about that information?
Thank you. Good evening, board members and cabinet and Dr. J. Yes, so as we are getting more actual numbers and better projection of revenue, especially after the new bill has passed and, Mo Casey, Omar's template, they're getting updated as well with all of this. We see that revenue might be decreased a little, especially with ADA coming in. So in this case, when we run the numbers, it is definitely very important for us to do the cost reductions within a year versus 2 years. What will happen if we do it in 2 years is that not only will this first rating indicator, which is 6, will get triggered, others will get triggered with it. And like Dr. Gibson was saying, eventually that comes through, even though it's a year or two from now, there's no going back once those audit numbers are there. So if we don't go this route the way we're indicating, we will still be below the threshold or just breaking even. And if we're breaking even, then there's no extra surplus fund balance to help those other campuses that might need that extra help that are in the F rating. So.
Thank you. What we're going to do is we have everybody contributing to this presentation. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gosh.
So in terms of what we are working towards today, and as we talk about
coming to a balanced budget. The main goal here in the presentation and the main goal that we have in terms of reaching our budgetary target for a balanced budget is to go from 91% of employee expenses in the district of our total budget to only 84%. And that would be for the 26-27 school year. So the budget that you would be adopting at the end of June going into next year, we would be adopting a budget that was related to a staffing ratio of 84% as opposed to 91%. So with that in mind, as we developed the process as a team as to what measures we would measure this by, there were certain guiding principles that we developed as a team to help ensure, to help ensure that we were not only reaching that goal of moving from 91 to 84, but that we were also consistently making sure that we were taking care of all of the other areas of the district. So achieving the district's goal of 84% in personnel expenditures, that is the number one guiding principle. So every single thing that we examined it with that lens in mind. The other one that I am going to address here has to do with a very strict adherence. It's kind of down on the list of ways. It's second from the last, was a very strict adherence to the 6 PEMS role ID categories. And we're going to talk a little bit more in depth about what those role categories are in terms of how we address moving our district from a 91% expenditure to an 84% expenditure. And we will go into more in-depth discussion about that, because those 6 categories deal with groups of employees that may come from very different areas of the district. Those 6 categories are teachers, campus administration, central administration, auxiliary staff, professional support, and educational aides. So those are the big buckets that we examined, and we'll talk about what positions within the district fall into those role categories as we go through. So the 2 that I'm addressing here, we looked at the 84%, and then we also looked at those 6 PEMS role ID codes. I'm now going to turn it over to Dr. Toppin, who's going to address a couple of our other guiding principles.
So one of the areas that was really important to us as a team was to make sure that we were values-driven when we were looking at what budget cuts we were going to have to make going into next year, and also to make sure that we were using data and using that data to inform the decisions that we were making. And one of the things that Dr. J kept bringing up over and over again was to make sure that we remember whatever we're doing, and we're doing that with the heart in mind. Because we've always been a district that took care of our people. We've always been a district that has had the family feel, and I've been here for 25 years, and I've always felt like I've been part of a huge family. And so that was one of the things that Dr. J kept bringing back to us over and over again, is that whatever we decide to do, we have to do it with heart, and we have to do it with empathy when we're talking with our staff about the things that we're going to have to undertake. And why does this matter? It matters because our values is that we want a school district with high academics. We want to be a destination district. We want parents to bring their kids here, and we want to be able to graduate kids that are going to be able to be successful in whatever area they decide to go into. And so that whole idea of building communities and having stronger outcomes, academic outcomes, was really important to us when we were going through this process. And one of the things that we kept talking about is that we have some campuses that are phenomenal. They're A campuses, they're B campuses, but we don't want to be a district that's full of silos. We want to be a district that has a system of excellence, which means that every child in this district, no matter what school that you're at, you're going to be educated, you're going to be loved, you're going to be made successful by going through our schools, no matter where you're located in the 55.8 miles of excellence that is Judson ISD. And then we also realized that our community told us clearly that they wanted us to have responsible use of our district resources. And so that is one of the other areas that we were going to do. And value-driven leadership is all about heart and mind, making sure that you keep in mind that we have to do things what's best for our districts, and that we operate from a core belief that we are going to align those values with our budget, and to make sure that we're not going after short-term gains. We're going after sustained, long-term sustainability in this district. We don't want to be back here next year or the year after that. We want to make sure that the decisions that we're making is going to help this district remain financially sound and academically sound. The last thing that I wanted to talk about is that, when we talk about meeting the needs of our students, we have to take into consideration the historical and the contextual, things that kind of work together and made us why are we here, where we're here right now, what do we need to do to get out of it, and how can we sustain that process. And one of the things that we kept talking about this year over and over again is that we have to have multi-tiered levels of support for our students. We kept talking about MTSS, the state is talking about MTSS, the federal government is talking about MTSS, and so it's really about making sure that we are looking at the situations and the circumstances that our children are in and creating those environments on our campuses that are going to help every child succeed by meeting them where they are to getting them to where we need them to be. And then we also spent a lot of time this year in making sure that that was one of our values that we kept focused on, is making sure that we kept academics, social-emotional in effect, and also that we're looking at behavior and noticing and looking at our campuses and making sure that we realize that equality is not equity. Equity means that we're giving every campus what they need to be successful, and not just it's saying everybody gets a car. No, you may need a sports car, you may need a SUV, but everybody is going to get what they need in order to move their campuses forward, and those needs are dependent upon the students that we're serving at those places. And then the last thing is that as we move from a silos of excellence, to a system of excellence across Judson ISD, we know that this is going to be hard. It has been hard. The last 6 weeks, been working with Dr. J, trying to figure out which way we're going to go and how we're going to get there. It's been very hard work, and we know that change is hard, but it can be done. We see it all the time. I don't know how many times I've started my diet, but we are going to have to make sure that we are going to stay focused on what our end goal is, and our end goals are our kids. Every day we look at them in their faces, and we have committed to we're trying to make a district that's best for all of our children in Judson ISD. And then I want to remind us that even though it's hard, I was in a classroom just a few weeks ago, probably about 2 weeks ago. I was in a third grade classroom, which is not really where I hang out all the time. I usually at secondary, but I was in a third grade classroom, and I could hear a little third grader, and they're so tiny, little third grader telling the teacher, "This is hard. This is really hard." And she looked at him and said, "But we can do hard things." And I just want us to sum up with that in Judson ISD, we can do hard things because we want what's best for our children.
Yes, sir.
So I'll be addressing the decisions are consistent with maintaining operational efficiency. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about was that we want to maximize facility utilization. As we've been having the growth and planning meetings and talking about the campus capacities and whatnot, we wanted to increase the efficiency of our campuses. And so we wanted to reduce the number of under-enrolled campuses. And so by doing the campus consolidation, that went a long way in achieving that. We want to also better align our students to the available spaces that we now have within the district. And then by doing that, we reduce redundancy across the district. Our streamlining staffing structure to align personnel with actual student enrollment. And then also we want to increase the cost per student efficiency. When we talk about utilities, when we talk about teachers and the number of students in a classroom, increasing the student-teacher ratio within our classes, we want to make sure that we increase that utilization rate. And then also the last one that I will talk about is the decisions that we're making are consistent with board policy. We aren't just making these decisions on our own. With the help of Dr. J, he's ensuring that whatever we are working on, that everything we're doing is within the governance of the board policies that we have in place. And so all of that is in line with what he's been preaching as long as he's been here about leading with the heart. So
I'm going to take a moment to talk about commitment to retaining and recruiting high-quality staff. We have incredible teachers here in Judson ISD. So the idea is create a system where we can retain these teachers. They're bringing efficiency, they're bringing innovation, they're bringing brilliant ideas, and we don't want to keep starting that over year after year after year. The larger bench we can build in the classroom with highly qualified teachers, the quicker we can move the needle on instruction. So when you combine that with the campus consolidations, it's incredibly important that we leverage the difficult decisions that were made in closing those campuses and making sure that we place those teachers where they are most needed. So when you think about commitment to retaining high-quality staff and leverage the saving from campus consolidations to the maximum extent possible, DT and I are always thinking about how does that impact academics. So really what we're doing, to use Dr. J's words, is we are building a dream team here in Judson ISD. For the first time in a really long time, we are able to staff campuses right now in April for the 26-27 school year. Sometimes what that looks like in Judson ISD is we are scrambling in August to find teachers to fill classrooms. So thank you to you guys for the votes for campus consolidations, and thank you to all of the people in Judson ISD who stood behind us, because through that process, we are now able to staff campuses, every single campus across Judson ISD, with highly effective teachers. Dr. J, that's you, sir.
I was just sitting here in awe of our cabinet.
I was mesmerized too, sir. We weren't even waiting for you.
They are amazing, and what an honor it is to be able to work with them and serve with them. But one thing I do want you to know is to get a superintendent to come out of retirement, you come out because of two reasons. One, either you're bored, or number two, you want to come back and make a difference on a challenge that is something that maybe in your career you just haven't had that opportunity to do. And this challenge here brought me out of retirement because I knew it could be done, and I knew we had the right people to do it. And so when we talk about strategic utilization of our vacancies and reassignment of existing staff when possible, I have an extensive background in HR. And as we talk about, all our decisions are consistent with board policy. Every decision we're going to make with our people, especially the 77 positions that still remain, are going to be made with the heart. We're still going to meet with the people. We're still going to see if the position that they were in comes available or vacant later, then absolutely they'll have an opportunity to go in there. But if there's a position that has to be cut, because you can't cut 536 positions without losing people. If we could, we wouldn't have been at 91%. And so here we are with that tough decision with the last 77. And again, we're going to lead with a heart. If there's a position that these individuals could fill until another position they want is available, we're going to visit with them to make sure that they have that opportunity. So at this point right now, we're going to talk about the PEIMS categories and how we went through the process of doing the 7% across the board. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Gosh.
So at this point in the presentation, we're going to really talk about how we look at staffing and the way that the state looks at staffing. So when we look at our staffing ratios and we look at our total payroll, that is typically done when you look at the PEIMS level through the FTE, which is your full-time equivalent counts, and the descriptions that are associated with that. So every single employee, and you'll notice that the numbers up here, it's not that we consider people only a 0.3 of a person or a 0.29 of a person. When you deal with full-time equivalents, what you have to understand is that some people's roles are split. And so they may appear in more than one category, and so therefore it creates this like decimal type system. And then it balances out across that particular report in terms of your expenditures and payroll for the district. Okay, so first we're going to talk about just our total number of FTEs in general for a district our size. Our total FTE count as of the snapshot that we did in October 31 was 3,371 full-time equivalents. So I want to talk a little bit about this data, and I know that Dr. Gibson may want to say some words about this as we go along as well. We spent a considerable amount of time prior to the submission of our PEIMS to be sure that we were able to match up specific employee roles, meaning what their job is associated with the actual PEIMS report.
And I might, thank you for teeing it up, because I think I might say this before, and then it'll clear up maybe some things to support you. So the thing with PEMS and what got us to this point, and a while ago, I've said that there were a couple of data points that were challenging in the fall. This was one of them. And so if I'm you, I'm wondering, well, was it miscoded or was it wrong? Well, the answer is no. It was just coded in such a way to render a robust analysis ineffective. So in other words, no one did anything wrong. There's a drop-down menu. We're hiring this person. I can pick any one of these 5 categories. But in the absence of a very strategic approach, trying to align it to these 6 categories, then when we were just scratching our head in the fall we couldn't tell if we were over or under, and then we're just having to like literally count. Well, I will just tell you all that between then and now, what you see on the screen is 100% accurate. We've been through it upside down, outside, inside out, and that is your count in the 6 more traditional categories. So now we can do a comparative analysis. And I'll touch on that in just a little bit.
Right, and we'll show you some additional data to, I guess, shore up why we know that we are aligned in the proper manner. But in terms of the employees that we currently have, so at Snapshot, the FTE counts look at the number of people that are in positions. So this doesn't take into an account a vacant position that existed prior to the snapshot. That's not in here. So these are actual people in seats within Judson ISD. So we currently have the teacher category, which includes all of your certified and DOI teachers. Anyone that is a teaching equivalent in a classroom is listed in that number. So we currently have 1,615.3 teachers in that category. In the auxiliary category, we have 902 staff members, 902.44 staff members. Now, what's important to understand about the categories, the teachers section is a little bit easier to understand. It's just certified and DOI teachers. Under auxiliary, you're dealing with individuals who work in a variety of different departments across the district. So when we talk about business and finance, and we talk about human resources, and we talk about information technology, and maintenance and safety and security, these are individuals that fall into this category that are non-exempt employees. So basically, the auxiliary category is for all departments and anyone that is considered a non-exempt employee across all of those different departments. And there's a different number associated with each one of those departments, but it is a PEMS category to look at. Professional support, we have 371.89 employees that fall into this category. These are all of the exempt employees in the district. These are all the professional exempt employees in the district that basically are on salary, that don't necessarily fall into what we consider an instructional area. So there's 2 different pieces here. So there are professionals and professional support. So for example, if you look at, you'll see information technology is one of the areas up there. The individuals that would be in there would be any of the professional employees. Our directors, our executive directors fall under professional support. The same thing can be said under maintenance, the director of maintenance, or our facilities department, or the business department. Our executive director of accounting actually falls under professional support. I want to differentiate that because a lot of times the individuals who fall under professional support in those particular categories, because they are directors or executive directors or assistant directors in those areas, they are often sometimes confused with the category you see right across from that, which is your central administration. So central administration is very different in the way that TEA looks at it and the way that we do our FTE staff counts. So there's currently 21 individuals that fall under central administration. It is obviously the one superintendent that each district has, your deputy and assistant superintendents, and then here's the key factor, the district instructional program directors. So there's a very different distinction. So the majority of the directors and executive directors that live within a school district fall under the professional support category. However, under central administration, that's where your director of elementary curriculum, your director of secondary curriculum, your executive director of special education, your director of counseling. So individuals that actually fall under the instructional program are under central administration. Your other directors that are also professional exempt employees that are not part of an instructional program are all listed on the professional support side. Director of Human Resources is also under central administration, as well as your athletic director or executive director, and your chief financial officer has their own category. It's listed as a business manager, but that falls under central office. So there's 21 individuals there. Under educational aides, those are all of the aides we have that actually support our students. So it's a very separate category, very similar to teachers because it's an instructional category, and that includes special education and classroom, just general classroom aides, your pre-kindergarten aides and so on. There's 377 individuals that fall within that category. And our last category here is our campus administration with 82.5 employees, and this is strictly your campus admins of your principals and assistant principals. If you're looking for academic coaches, teacher facilitators, and so on, those all actually fall under the professional support category and not your campus administration. The other part of this report that you find is that for each one of those categories, the state provides an average salary, and the state provides an average base salary. For the purposes of preparing the presentation that we have here, if you go fact check me on teachers at 81,000, you're going to go, wait a minute, that number is different. Dr. Gosh gave me a different number than what's on the report, and I want to explain why. Because within our school district, we don't just pay base salary, we also pay benefits. So to each, and the benefits come out of our local funds. So to each one of these categories, we know that the benefits that we apply to all of the different categories is about 18%. So we added 18, so we took the average base salary of each one of the categories and we added the 18% to it so that we had actual numbers of what was actually coming out of our local budget. So you can see on average, our teacher salaries are about $81,000 to include benefits. Our auxiliary is $39,000, professional support at $85,000, educational aides at $32,000, campus administration at $105,000. Now, the last one that I want to point out, and just to be very clear on the central administration, I know it says an average of $154,000. Please understand that the superintendent's salary is one of the salaries that is averaged in there, and it is typically much greater and holds a lot more weight than the average salary of the individuals that fall within that central administration category. It also includes the CFO's salary, which if you have looked at our salary schedule, which I know the board has looked at it extensively, that particular salary is also one of the higher salaries. So those two higher salaries sometimes balance out some of the other ones that actually fall in that category.
It's a small subset of.
It is a very small, it's
So
21 people in that
right,
smaller subset. So it doesn't,
greatly.
one number changes it quite significantly. And that's more just to kind of explain how we came to the numbers that we have.
So the trustees, this assumption set is, I would say, more accurate than just taking a standard TEA. Like we literally customized it to make sure I'm going to use the term total cost of ownership, like that we were reflecting total cost of ownership. In other words, we weren't going to give you a number and say, oh, wait a minute, you got to include this also. We tried to get it in the assumptions.
All right, so now this is a slide we're probably going to spend the most time on because this is the real meat of what we're talking about when we talk about moving our district from a 91% FTE salary count down to an 84%. So if you look at, a couple of things to point out here. So the first column there is our current FTE count. So we have 3,371 employees that I just described to you as how they fall into those categories, and the number of employees that fall into each one of those categories. We know that based on that information and the amount of dollars that we are expending in payroll, that 91% of our total budget goes to that 3,371 employees. And our goal here is to reduce our budget for personnel from 91% to 84%, okay? And that's what this slide is really going to describe. Now, the column to my right, I guess that would be your left, backwards, says JISD percentage of employees per role category. So this percentage doesn't change whether 91% of our payroll goes to employees or whether 84% of our payroll goes to employees, because it's based on total number of employees. So 48% of our personnel workforce comes from teachers, and that's 1,615.3 divided by 3,371. So 48% of our workforce is teachers. That is our largest category of employees that we have in the district.
Dr. Gosh, if I may, I'm going to go ahead and connect the dot to the next column to the right. So once the data was clean and once we started getting the percentages, then Moat Casey pulled an average of the last few years statewide, and we started comparing these 6 categories to what was happening in the state of Texas. And so all to say, even though you're overstaffed, your ratio is correct. The ratio to the total is still correct. So, and we'll talk more about that in a second, but that's the next column, is comparing your 6 categories to the state of Texas. I'll just leave it at that.
And so as we look at how we have staffed, we are staffed appropriately in terms of those percentages, especially when we look at the state. And in some areas, we are slightly under, and in one area, we're slightly over. But that is typical, depending on what the needs are of the district. And if you recall, we are focused on those guiding principles to make sure that we are right-sizing our staff, that we are putting focus where it needs to be made. So what we want to look at now is the FTE count at 84%. So knowing that we are staffed appropriately in terms of ratio, one of the things that we can do is look at it on, we know we need to reduce by 7%. So if you look at each category, if we reduce each one of our categories by 7% to get us to the 84, we still maintain our ratios, but yet we are right-sized based on where we should be within our budget as well. So when you look at that, you'll see the column there that's highlighted FTE reduction. That's the 91% to the 84. That is the total number of positions from each one of those categories that the district would need to reduce by category. That's 7% of each one to get to so of the teachers, that's 258.3 positions. To get to the 1,357. That would be 60.29 positions in educational aides and 59.89 positions in professional support. And I know you've heard, I'm going to have Dr. J talk about this a little bit because he mentioned it earlier tonight that we're, in order for us to right size to that 84%, we're talking about 536 positions. But you may recall that he stated earlier when we talk about those 536, we have consolidated 4 campuses, which allowed us to remove 284 positions immediately off of that 536. We also have, as we strategically place individuals across the district, we're reducing it again to get down to the 77. And I was going to let Dr. J talk specifically a little bit more about how we get to that 536.
Thank you, Lacey. One of the things that we talked about was we did a 7% reduction across our board. And if we did our 7% reduction across the board, how much money would that bring for us? In working with Mo Casey, Amanda, Mo Casey's CFO, looking at the FTE breakdown, that came to 536 positions. And so again, the first step that we talked about is how do we get to the 536? First step is consolidation, and we did take that first step. Again, by consolidating 4 schools, that's 284 positions. Throughout the process, we knew that this was a plan that we were going to be working on, from looking at all the data from the CAPAs, from everything from our discussions throughout this last 7 weeks. And we knew that, okay, we have to go to vacant positions as well. So we went to we have 175 vacant positions, minus the 280, plus the 284 gives us 77 positions that are left. If we can eliminate 536 positions from the district, we will save the district $35,184,530. We're going to go back to that fund balance slide in just a little bit, and you're going to see that's how we get a balanced budget, are able to put more money into our fund balance, are able to support our schools. There's no more, as a cabinet talked about, no more talk about what's going to happen next year. Are we going to have to do cuts? Am I still going to have a job? Is the school going to close? I can't tell you how many times we hear that when we're out in the community and we're out at the schools. Why would I want to stay if next year my position may get cut? And this can finalize that entire conversation, and we can show everyone in our district that we're committed to keeping them here, that we're committed to building a sustainability for a future of hope and endless possibilities. And so we're going to go to the next slide. Okay. Okay.
The only thing that I would add, and as we look at, is he's talking about the 536 positions. That's one of the reasons we spent the time talking about the details of what falls into each one of these categories. So one of the things that this does is this allows us to not only bring back that $35 million back for us to create a balanced budget, but it does not require that any one particular program or any one particular group of individuals carry the burden of reducing that. Because as you look at these categories, there's a variety of different departments that falls within. And if you think about our guiding principles, and we talked about we need to maintain our operational efficiency, we need to maintain our academic programs, and we need to look at how we are staffing our campuses. As we begin to look at our staffing models, we're able then, as Dr. Toppin said, to create a system that allows for equitable use of our resources, not equal. Just because one campus has one thing that may not be needed at another campus or at another facility within the district. And so we're able to very strategically utilize our staff by right-sizing it to reach to the 35.
Dr. Gush, that was well explained. Just to put the consulting side of it, a kind of a stamp of approval on it, the initial analysis is, from Casey, is to see if you're over or under in a category. And again, we had to work on PEMS, and we did it together, and here's your position control team right here. They are now your position control team, because they had to do it together, and they had to break down all the silos. But once we see that there's not one category over another category under, I mean, you've got one at 1%, then the next step from the consultant is to say, okay, now you can apply equally. So the 7% can come equally. And we validated that. And then the way you pressure test that is you just say that to this group and you watch their faces, and which I did. and once we looked at all this team was like, okay, all right, it's not the funnest thing on earth, but yeah, I get it. We're going to apply it equally, because they don't like Dan doesn't own one category and not another, but like the auxiliary one is a lot of your world, right? Okay, a lot of the teacher world, y'all get what I'm saying. But then I think when we pressure tested it and looked at it this way, everybody was just kind of like, this is doable. We can do this, and we can do it in 1 year. Is that fair? I'm just
Absolutely.
okay.
Absolutely.
I felt like if there was some wobble in there, we tried to set an environment where someone could just say, sorry, that feels unfair, and it never happened once we got the data clear.
The other thing I want to add is building on what Lacey said. When we talk about leading with a heart, and I think Ms. Canoyer, looking back at some of the videos from the meetings, I think you may have said this, death by 1,000 cuts, about trying to slash our budget. And one of the things we want to do is we continue to say we want to lead with a heart, and we don't think individual categories like taking 10 days away from administration or our principals, or cutting here or cutting this group here. We don't think that it would be fair to ask our employees to cover that on their backs, because this way here, we cover it as a district, and everyone that remains in our school district remains whole and remains valued. So here we go, the journey to a balanced budget. Step 1. Remember, we started with consolidations and reductions. We started with 536 FTEs to get to 84%. 284 were from the consolidation. That left us, that left us with the rest of the vacancies. We get down to 175 from the 350, and then we end up with 77 vacancies. So really, at the end, right now, we're sitting at 77 positions that the district has to look on and go through and make our 7% cut across those 6 FTEs. Step 2 is then we got to evaluate, and we've got to be able to get to that 84% from those 77 spots. Step 3 up on top is the staff allocations. And this is what I want you to really see. We want to build our schools based on these staff allocations. You can see the difference from pre-K to 4th, 5th grade, 6th to 8th, and high school. And we feel like working with our principals and working with our staff that this is a very manageable amount that everyone could be valued and we could be successful in our schools. But the most important thing is right now we're under the gun. We told our staff that by the end of April, we're going to have everything set. Well, in order to have everything set, we have to have our boundaries, which is our next presentation. Because if we don't have our boundaries set, we don't know what kids are going to what schools, and then we don't know what our enrollment is, and then we can't build that staffing ratio based on the number of students that are going to go to each school. So we're going to have to move fast in this process in order to value and honor everyone that's involved. Number 4 is the staff reconciliation. That's just what I talked about. We need to be able to start eliminate the duplicates in our school district, visit with our DOI teachers, create that position control, because from this, we will have an entire position management system in the school district where every employee is assigned a category and a number, and whenever that becomes a vacancy, then it's part of our budget. We can fill that. If there's a different need outside of this staffing ratio, then it needs to be talked about with cabinet, being brought to the board, because it would become outside of our budget process, and we don't ever want to get back to the 91%. The last one then, of course, is a balanced budget. And so by the end of this year, our budget workshop would be very enjoyable because we would be adopting a balanced budget for the first time. We will be one of the only school districts in San Antonio, and especially one of the only large school districts, to be able to say that. Everybody else is approving a deficit budget this year. And this would be tremendous work by the Board of Trustees, tremendous commitment to the community, and tremendous work by everyone involved. And so I have a Vader with 220 for 2026. The reason I have that up here is because one of the things that I have learned in the 7 weeks and going out and talking to different areas is people are supportive of the Judson ISD. But the reason some of the majority of the people shared with me why the Vader didn't pass, because they said it's not our job to get the district out of debt. If you show us that you can handle and manage the debt, we would be glad to support our tax dollars through opportunities that do go to our children, go to the employees, and go to other areas to improve academic opportunities. And so if we just say this in conversation to think about what could happen next, if we did a 3-cent Vader to recapture our golden pennies, that would bring us $11 million every single year. At the end of this year right here, if we balance this budget, we don't have any money for raises. But we tell our community that we would like to give the employees that stayed with us a nice raise. And I'm just going to say this, we'll discuss this, but as an example, if we said a 5% raise for everything that they have gone through and their commitment to stay with us, we would have a balanced budget. We'd have a 5% raise. We would get $11 million from a 3-cent Vader. In Judson ISD, our 1% raise is $1 million. So 5% raise is $5 million. So we have $11 million coming in the fall. We pass the Vader, we give a 5% raise to all our employees. And we can retro that raise to mean if it passes in November, we can go back all the way to September and pay everybody their raise throughout the entire year. That still gives us $6 million to work with. We talk about being the school district we aspire to be. We talk about innovation. We talk about 21st century learners. We take 2 or 3 million of that and put that in innovative courses and innovative opportunities for our students. And then we take a couple million and put it back in the fund balance. The next year, we have another $11 million. 5 has to come out, of course, to cover the raises, but we still have 6. Throughout that time, then we have the conversations with the board and our community and our committees about what are we going to do about the consolidated campuses? As there are opportunities to create STEM schools and other innovative programs out of those schools and partner with other people, we have money available to grow and build that. When other people right now are looking at their monies, like when you look at our fund balance right now, that money tells us what we can't do. If we pass this, we get to tell our money what we want to do. And that is a big difference and so exciting for our school district. So at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to our cabinet because we always talk about meaningful, purposeful, and intentional in everything we do. And they're going to share with you the process and how we got to where we are.
So we purposely put our children on most of our slides on this evening because at the end of the day, that's why we're here, for our kids and for their kids and their grandkids and so on from there. And so talking about being meaningful, purposeful, and intentional, it's really talking about telling our community, we heard you last November. We did. And we're sitting down and we're doing the hard work now because we believe that we need to get a balanced budget. I don't think anybody wants to work around with your savings account in the negative, but we want to meet the expectations of our community. And so they spoke to us clearly and loudly last November. We heard you were doing the work. So we're going to balance the budget at the end of this year. And then also being accountable and transparent in all of our dealings and what we're doing going through this process. We stood in front of staff. We stood in front of Consolidated School staff and had the hard conversation and answered the hard questions. And we're still answering hard questions today to make sure that we're not trying to do anything behind the door or under the covers. We're out in the front. We're taking the heat, and we're going to make sure that we're having those hard conversations, those crucial conversations with our people, and know that we're invested in them and making sure that they're able to continue wherever they may be. If it's Judson or somewhere else, we're having those conversations and trying to benefit our employees. And then the last thing is that academics, I cannot wait to come back to a board meeting and we talk about academics at 50% of the board meeting, because at the end of the day, our job is to educate kids and making sure that we protect our academics, what's happening in our classrooms, that we're making the hard decisions about finances in order to protect what's happening in our classrooms. But not only that, for us to be stable, to be whole, and to continue the work that all of us sitting at this table went into education to do, was to impact kids' lives and make changes in students' lives, and do it with ideas and innovation. That's the fun part of education, that you can bring something to birth that's not in existence yet and see kids benefit from it. And that's what we're trying to do with this balanced budget.
Achieving the goal of 84%, so moving from 91% personnel to 84% personnel, just as a reminder, gets us to a balanced budget. But behind that number of 84%, remember that we're talking about 536 positions. So with that in mind, we have to constantly be doing clutch and gas, right? If you're old school and you learned how to drive a standard, it's the clutch and gas. So we have to constantly be looking at the data, but then remember, these are values-driven decisions. So we have to constantly be thinking about how is this going to impact Judson ISD as a whole. When we talk about those PEIM codes that Dr. Gosh and Dr. Jay talked about earlier, what we're talking about is shared ownership of 7% across every single one of those PEIMS codes. No one in Judson ISD is carrying the burden of the budget deficit on their back alone. This is a shared responsibility over 6 PEIMS codes. That's why that data-driven piece is incredibly important.
The last two bullets speak to our staff. We're talking about retaining and supporting highly qualified staff. As Dr. Saunders just talked about, a shared 7% reduction across all categories. That means no one particular group is being targeted. No one is going to lose their compensation. No one's going to lose days. Again, no particular category is going to be singled out as taking any kind of cuts. And so we want to make sure that this plan, as Dr. Jacklich said, those that remain with us will be valued. They'll receive the raises if board approves. And so those of us who stay here in the district, again, will see across the board, a values-driven decision as we implement this plan.
I think one thing that I would add to that, just to kind of sum up a little bit and just to avoid any confusion, in terms of talking about a 7% reduction across the categories, it's a 7% reduction across each category, not necessarily a particular, like where it says maintenance is part of the category. That doesn't mean 7% from maintenance, 7% from technology, 7% from custodial. It's 7% from the collective whole of that entire group. So I just want to make sure that that piece is understood, that it isn't 7% from each one of those positions that's labeled, but a shared 7% across the full category itself.
We try to give you a comprehensive look at all the work that we've been doing over the 7 weeks. And now we'd love to have any questions that you would like to answer us and share with you any information you need.
Okay, I'll probably go up and down the dais, and we'll probably do it twice, because I guarantee somebody's question is going to generate a second question in your brain. That's normally how our group works type thing. So let me start down this way. Ms. Canoyer, do you have some initial questions?
Not yet.
Okay. Ms. Stanford.
Okay. So last time we met to discuss budget was December, and we were set to discuss and even vote on budget. And at that time, we had two options to look at: cutting everything in a year or taking 2 years to do so. And that is something that we had reviewed for a couple months, and that came with Moat Casey's help and input and blessing. And I know that we had PEIMS issues. We had to rename some of the categories. For example, academic trainers were in admin, which made admin look too big. So I know that was happening during this time. And then we put a hold on all budget discussion and consideration in December, supposedly for a month, but it ended up being, I guess, 3 months. So I'm wondering, in that time, what happened to that option that y'all put so much work into and that you had presented to us?
Yes, ma'am. And if we can go back to the slide on the fund balance, thank you. There were two things going on. The PEIMS cleanup, I think, was easy to identify potentially, but it takes a minute to actually get everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's part of what was going on. And then we were trying to get this number as solid as we could get. Like, when do we cross 52 million? Well, first of all, what's 75 days of operating? It's 55 million. So when do we cross the 55 million? So during that time period, right after December, probably February, March-ish, that's when this got cleaned up. That's when the timeline started changing, I think, in everybody's mind, that you've got to do it in 1 year.
Because
Because you're going to go to 25 million and you're going to blow.
well, I don't understand that option one, fund balance without.
These are not options. It's just saying if you don't balance next year's budget, that's when you run the district to zero.
But this says fund balance without cost reduction. That's not an option on any plan. You can't, we never considered not having any.
Think about it as if we do nothing.
And we were never going to do nothing.
Well, if you don't do something,
So to me, that's not even a real
then you did
choice. I'm
nothing.
confused by that.
Okay. If you, I think what we have to demonstrate is that if you remove 0 FTEs, that's what it looks like. If you remove 536 FTEs, that's what it looks like.
So I'd
we're
be looking
showing
for
the-
that middle. Okay, here's if we do nothing. Here's if we do everything all at once. What happened to that? What if we stretched it out?
Well, I mean, I was one of the first ones to say that. You're going to have two big impacts. And now I'm going to go back to the first rating. I think you're going to cross a line. You're going to set some alarm bells off on 2 or 3 indicators in first, and that's going to impact your long-term bond rating that could arguably
For how
cause-
long?
I mean, 20, 30 years. You go.
We wouldn't stay there, would we?
Not, you wouldn't, we have to do this like worst case scenario, in my opinion. So if you received a bond rating that was less than stellar and sold bonds, you're paying that higher interest rate back for 30 years, which could cost the district millions of dollars. And it was avoidable by making some tough decisions.
Well, as I recall, on the 2-year plan, we were going to dip below the ideal first rating, but that doesn't mean you have to sell anything that year.
Right, and I guess I wasn't sold that the number was at the right spot or not. And so when it was showing initially that dip, we weren't comfortable at Casey yet on the numbers at the right spot just yet. And so if you can see the dot, the blue dot goes right below the orange line. Once we got that established, that it would be 52 million, less than the 55 million. That's, I guess at our company, we're never going to say, if you can avoid it, do not dip below that line if it's avoidable. Maybe that's the best way to say it. Like, never dip below it if it's avoidable.
Right, but y'all did have an option where we dipped for a year, I think.
We were having a conversation, and that was just part of it.
So I'm just confused as to when it flipped from, we have two options
Well,
to we only have the
It
one.
seems that we're anchoring to part of a conversation as if it was a final conversation, and it was just that was a scenario, and that we needed to get these numbers solidified before we
I'm
could.
also curious if we're not the only district in a deficit.
Correct.
So are any other districts being this aggressive?
Well, most of them started their corrections 2 or 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, they took a bite out of it 3 years ago, they took a bite out of it 2 years ago, they took a bite out of it this year. You did not. And that's why that blue line, the slope on that blue line is so dramatic. So you could have easily.
And if I could just clarify the date for Laura, the July 17th of 2025, that's when the finance CAPA was balanced budget by 26, 27. If you go back and look at that document from July 17th, the task was balanced budget by 26, 27,
Correct.
and the board approved that 7-0. The board had never approved switching that to a 2-year plan. There were discussions and people advocating for that, but that wasn't the board-approved
Right.
task. So
No, I know, we never
No, I just
got
wanted
to
to know
it.
when that was approved.
Right, we never
Sorry,
got to it, we
Well,
got paused.
And if I misspoke and got us to anchor to that, I regret that, because I just don't think you cross the orange line. In our company, that's our company line, you just don't cross that orange line. Like, if you can avoid it, now sometimes, but I think you can make a decision and you can avoid crossing it. So we're always going to recommend, do not cross that line if you can avoid it.
Okay. One thing I don't see in here is the 14 million insurance loss, which is a one-time loss. So could that not be offset with a one-time type remedy, such as sale of property? That's been discussed before, and I don't see that in here. And that would reduce some of the staffing that we would have to address. There was some talk of selling like JTech or something.
Yes, ma'am. We did talk about that. We looked at different options. One of the things that we committed this whole process to is, from what we heard from you and the rest of the board, is that we need to get to 84%. And from 91 to 84, right now at 91%, that's where our budget is. And that means we only have 9% of the entire budget to operate our district. And by going to 84%, that allows us to be able to have 16% to operate our district. That allows us, as you can see in the fund balance, to go from 52 to 59. It also allows us to address the concerns that we have with, we talk about academics in some of our campuses that are in need of additional support. We can provide all that. If we wait, like we're discussing right here, the only way to get to our 75 days, to get to the $55 million, is to cut 85% of what we're doing now. And so that 85% will just get us to 55 million, but it doesn't give us a little bit of more cushion to go to 59. If we continue to do the 100% of the 536 days or positions, that allows us to get exactly where we're talking about on that second slide, and it allows us to be healthy It allows us that we're sharing what we're hearing from the community and from the employees is please give us hope that we don't have to continue to live under this cloud.
So on the 14 million, that is a one-time loss?
That 14 million is included in the 35 million.
I know. But it's not the same kind as the rest of the 35 million. The rest of it's ongoing. The 14 million was a one-time. So we could offset it with a one-time
Ms. Stem-
remedy.
Yeah, I hear that, another thing, and I think Amanda touched on this earlier, you have to remember you're building your next year budget this year with the declining student enrollment factored into it. And so there goes, I mean, if we just want to start picking numbers like the 14 million, there goes a half of it, gone. Because your revenue is going to, and Amanda, I'm making up numbers here, and that's, or am I close? I'm ballparking it, but.
Yeah, and then another thing that we've also have seen is in the next 2 years, the revenue will decrease about 5 to 6 million than what we are projected this year to receive. So that combined kind of like throws it back to having like a negative 14 million of the self-funded insurance.
So just so I can clarify, so it makes sense to me, basically that $14 million in the insurance, roughly our revenue is just going to go down somewhere around that 14 million, so that negates.
In the next 2 years.
Okay.
Yes.
It's kind of like you get the water. The picture I have in my mind is right below the nostrils and right above the mouth, where technically you can breathe. But it takes a little bit of skill, and like it just takes one little hiccup when those are so close together. The team is trying to get it where the water level is down low enough that, we can breathe.
And lastly, because I'll pass it on to other people and come back around, but I'm just wondering if we want to take the same percentage from teachers, the teacher category, for example, which work directly with our kids. Do we
Yeah,
is it necessarily best for the kids to be equal across the board? I mean, it sounds fair from a numbers perspective, but do we really want to pull from?
Yeah, I understand, and I think, again, when we checked and the ratios were about right, then, in ratio, we're within ratio to the state of Texas and other districts. And then another thing that I didn't mention earlier, we double-checked that 258.3 reduction against your current teacher-to-student ratios, and you comfortably can use that 258 and stay within your ratios. Is that a fair way to say it?
And Ms. Stanford, if I could, about the teacher conversation. Remember when we talked about retaining high-quality teachers? So really what we're looking at right now is quality of teachers in the classroom versus quantity of teachers. So this really gives us an opportunity, as I said earlier, to build a dream team, the most highly effective teachers placed in classrooms. And we've had conversations before about teachers coming to the podium during the 3 minutes, talking about, I'm an elementary teacher sitting with 29 kids in my class, and there's an elementary school right down the road that has 13. There was conversations about we make the same amount of money, but I'm expected to do twice as much work. So it's really about putting that equitable systems across all of Judson ISD, and we have just this beautiful opportunity to take our most highly qualified teachers and keep them here in Judson ISD and even place them at the campuses that need them the most. And I've been in education for a very long time, and this is the first time I have ever seen this happen. I also want to say, because you and I are kind of cut from the same cloth, I'm not really sure that Judson ISD is built for budget cuts 2.0. This is hard. This is emotionally hard. It's created a lot of anxiety for teachers. It's created a lot of anxiety across the district. My suggestion would be, let's do the hard work now. Let's create a really strong, stable foundation for our teachers and our community, and let's move the needle forward.
How do you feel about 30 to 1 on secondary?
I think it's doable. I taught middle school for 11 years, Woodlake Hills Middle School. It is absolutely doable, especially if you have highly effective, qualified teachers in the classroom. It is 100% doable.
I also want us to realize when we're talking about staffing allocations, we're talking about how much staff is going to be allocated to that campus if we use a 30-to-1 or a 32-to-1. We're not talking about class size.
Thank you.
That's the difference.
Hold on, that's my exact question. So can I jump in here real quick? Because this has gotten muddled before with wording, right? So we staff at a number, we budget at a number, and then there's reality. So when you list that for step 3 and those numbers, that's you guys in the HR department hiring that many people across a campus based on enrollment. But when you put the budget together, you're putting a budget together at our normal ratios that the board already approved, which was 23, 25, 27, correct me if I'm wrong. And then what does that end up being in reality? So is Mr. Willis going to have 32 kids in Algebra 2? I'm going to ask the question for you. Right? Is that what that means? Or you're just staffing Veterans Memorial at about a 30-to-1, and then everything will come out in the wash?
This level set that you're accomplishing is to level set and then be able to use your staffing allocations and say, here, principal, based on these allocations, here's what you get. I mean, here's the assignment. Now, I mean, my experience with doing that for 23 years is, you know, it's a formula and it gets you to 1.0, and then you still have to negotiate, you know, because there's always going to be one-offs. But you have to start with kind of a hard line somewhere. And I think what the team is saying is that what I heard during this process is this process will allow us to get the staffing allocations cleaned up, I guess, and then work on what it takes. Now, then I heard Dr. J say earlier, I mean, these are not inconsistent staffing allocations from the state of Texas right now, unfortunately. This is about what people are having to do across the state to balance their budgets. And that doesn't make it right, it just makes it the reality. So if there are alternative funding sources that were mentioned earlier, this is where you go to look right away. It's where our hot spots, you want to be strategic about it when you do the add back. Is that fair? Like, we got to get the water down below our mouth, and we got to be very strategic about where we add back. Is that a fair statement?
I think it is, and also when you see the boundary presentation, and Hudson will be part of that with Dr. Gosh, the way that our school districts are aligned to continue the feeder patterns and to support our schools in the capacity that we talked about from the consolidation, you'll be able to see that. But one of the things I think that's really important, if we can go back to the fund balance slide, is when you look at the fund balance, and if we do decide to balance the budget this year, we have the $59 million in our fund balance. We've already got to our 55, where we need to get to in order to make our threshold. Now we have some additional dollars. For example, if we look at the schools and we talk about not equal, but we talk about equitable, and we look at some of our schools that right now maybe need some additional support, another RTI or teacher or special ed inclusion teacher, et cetera, that is programmed and tailored right to that spot. And we have the opportunity to do that, but continue to watch that additional support to see how it works and how it grows, et cetera. But right now, we are where we are. We get what we get. We don't get to make a choice on how we can better serve our people because our resources aren't there. We were so spread so thin. And so this is an opportunity, like Dr. Saunders mentioned, it's an opportunity to really build something really strong across our school district and get back to the conversation of let's talk academics, let's talk innovation, let's talk opportunity. And we can do that by balancing the budget this year.
I have one last question.
Yep, I was going to go back to you. We're sorry we tagged on to your question time.
So we saved 284 positions from each school closure, roughly?
A total. From all 4 consolidated
4.
campuses, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we're counting those as savings, meaning they're not coming back?
We're counting those positions that absolutely, we don't have those schools anymore, so those positions aren't available. And so that's a cut in positions. Now, those people are moving into vacant positions at the schools that we currently have.
So we had 175 vacant positions, which we're
We-
going to fill.
We have 175 vacant positions right now, into addition to the 284. So we are maintaining, without the 175 vacant positions currently, and with the consolidation of the campuses when they close this year, that's another 284 positions that will be eliminated from the district. Those people won't be eliminated, but the positions will as part of the budget, as part of the 91% to go to the 84%. Those positions are included in the 7% reduction.
Okay, because we are going to try to keep many of those people.
Oh, yes, ma'am. We've been working with those people individually. Our HR goes and continues to stay in contact. We've met with every single one of the consolidated campus personnel staff and have lists of where they would like to go. And also, they also have the opportunity to get placed right now if they like on the transfer list.
Okay. Okay, I'll pass to other people for now.
Mrs. Potteet.
I'm good for right now.
All right. Mrs. Lee, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can you guys maybe refresh my memory on the class ratio that we approved last year, please, before? Because I know we already, upsized the class ratio, so
Yeah, like
this is the
23,
approved one?
25, 27 was in my head, but does anybody have a better memory than me of what we?
It's this one right here? Or this is the proposal?
What's on the screen right now? What's on the screen right now is a staffing ratio.
So
That's
this
not
is,
class size.
oh, okay, so what is the class size right now?
I have to look it up. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, and then, with the 77 positions that you identified, Dr. J, is there like already in mind that are identified to be cut or not? Those 77 positions, people?
The
Or-
next 77 positions will meet with the entire cabinet and go over the different categories. Remember, we showed the 6 PEMS categories? So we will go from there to determine the 7% from the categories to see in those positions what ones, some may be vacant today. Sometimes we get resignations, et cetera, and we'll discuss, do we need to fill those or not? But if we do not, if we have to cut those positions because we've already accumulated enough vacancies that we can't continue with more vacancies and these positions need to be cut, then we will work with the individuals that are in positions to see if we can put them into a position that is a vacant position that they could be qualified for right now so they can continue employment with the Judson ISD. If for some reason later on, a position that their position got cut, but a position they were in becomes open from a vacancy from someplace else, then they would have the opportunity to go back to that position as well.
Oh, okay. And then have the district considered about like restructuring each department? Have you guys looked into it? Like how many, like, I'm just giving example of how many assistant directors or coordinators on each department, if that could be consolidated or?
This, if, Ms. Lee, if I may, if you do the 7% applied to those categories, that will occur.
Oh, okay.
It has to. I mean,
Yes.
you have to restructure because they're figuring out how to get the same thing accomplished with fewer people or fewer FTEs. And so restructuring will just be built in part of this.
Well, like, go to that slide, go to the slide with the boxes and show her like the professional support category, because that's,
Yeah, that's the picture I had in my mind. So you,
no, keep going. The one with the, keep going, forward, sorry.
You mean this one?
Okay, so I think what you're saying is a lot of those positions fall into professional support, a good handful of them. Some of them may also be in central administration, but 60 positions are going to get cut in professional support. And a lot of those are the departments up at district staff, right? So directors, executive directors, coordinators, specialists,
Yeah.
all
But
over.
it also,
Some are on campuses.
so it also includes counselors, it includes OT, PT, educational diags, it includes special education, it encompasses not only central, what everybody considers to be central office positions, but it also incorporates academic coaches and academic trainers and teacher facilitators and those types of positions as well. It also includes your librarians. So it's not exclusive to just, areas that land at what people consider to be the central office. It's any exempt employee that falls into a professional category that is not a teacher and is not a principal or assistant principal.
So the, okay, go ahead.
I think, so to get to 60, you would have to reorganize some of the way you do things on campuses, reorganize some of the ways you do things that are cross-campus things, and then reorganize some of your departments. It'll be a combination to get to that 60.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But one thing I also want to mention is, this is really, we talk about meaningful, purposeful, and intentional. It's more simplistic if you said, we need to cut 35 million, let's just go this salary, this salary, this salary, this salary, and then go down the line and start cutting, okay? But if you cut all those positions, remember, they have responsibilities that are tied to them. And so this way, this allows us to continue to support our district across the district with all the different responsibilities that need to be addressed in the positions. So 7% of this category, 7% of that category, but we don't lose the service that we provide. And that's really important. You can have a balanced budget, but then your district falls apart and struggles because we don't have the right people in the right places to be able to carry out the responsibilities. And so we have to do from here a total reorganization of how we do things in our district and put people in the right spots. Even us at Cabinet, we got to reorganize our organization chart to make sure that we're going to be able to support our district and campus needs appropriately.
Okay. Well, my concern would be, I guess, on how like to prioritize like each department. I know we wanted to still have that excellent service across the district on each department, but my concern now is like, do you guys would be like prioritize, like the position or the people to be cut? Like, I'm just heading out there.
I think I know what you're asking, so
Yes.
I'm going to answer that. And if I'm wrong, we'll fix it, okay? Is there a face or a name to the positions? No. We go by the positions. Doesn't matter what it is, it's by the position and what it's doing right now. And that's how we're going to have to make the cuts. And so that's why it's so important that we understand that if we have to cut a position with somebody in it, we're going to do everything we possibly can to help them find another position within our 84% of personnel that they could take until maybe the position they were in becomes vacant, not to create an additional one, but to be able to stay at that 84%.
So if that happens, would their salary change or?
It all depends. If they're in the same category, like a PEIMS clerk might be a principal secretary or something like that, then it all depends.
But you guys will really make sure with each people to have like position they're in on the next school year?
We're going to try to do exactly the same thing with the remaining 77 positions that we did with the 284 positions from the consolidation. We're going to sit down, we're going to meet with each one, and we're going to see what we can do to help support them.
This may help just a little bit in terms of, if you look at the district's data, on a year-to-year basis, we typically have somewhere around 18% turnover in our district, which means we have about 18% of our staff that leaves the district each and every year. So if you look at that number, and we've talked about the 175 vacancies, what I want to point out about those 175 vacancies, those are only the vacancies that have appeared in the district since October 31st. And some of those include individuals that have already said, I am retiring on 5/29/2026, or I have decided to take another job, and so at the end of my contract, and we're kind of at the beginning of that in the HR season. And so to answer your question, in terms of those 77 positions, as we begin to look at that, as people say, hey, I'm not coming back, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at those positions and like, okay, is this an essential position that we need to fill? And is there another position over here? Is that a category that we can then move that person into? In the same way that when we looked at the consolidations of the campuses, we said, certified teacher here, we currently have 62 of the 175 are teachers that have left the district since October. And so some of those we may need as we begin to structure and we staff. So as Dr. J said earlier, when we start looking at our boundaries and we look at our campus numbers and we look at our staffing ratios, we're going to be able to tell, once those are finalized, how many teachers we're going to need at each campus and where, to be able to identify on that list how many of those teachers do we still need, how many of those, I shouldn't say teachers, but how many of those positions do we still need in order to staff effectively based on how we've moved our students around. So there's a lot of moving parts to your question in terms of how that looks, but when we talk about trying to make sure that if there's a position that someone's in, we're going to try to find the best possible placement for them. That is going to be an ongoing piece to a point, because we do have a timeline that we need to go to. The district does, teachers and staff do want their contracts and so on. So there's certain things that have to happen in that place.
Okay.
And then just the last thing, when we're talking about 77 positions, as Dr. Goss just stated, okay? But today, somebody may have resigned, and that position now becomes 76. Somebody else may leave, that now means 75 without us having to cut somebody. So it's a fluid position, but we wanted to make sure we were as transparent with the board as possible, saying we have 77 positions left that we have to eliminate in order to get to the $35 million.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Jane, Dr. Gosh. And then one more thing that I just remembered. So what will happen for the approved cuts that we did before, like the principals, I guess, minus 10 days or something? Is that going to be undue or?
We're going to ask you to rescind that. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. And how about the GD teachers and librarians as well?
Same thing.
Same thing? Oh, okay. And then I guess I'm still confused on how the class ratio and the staff ratio works. So that's the only thing that I'm really have a big star here, that if we're going to be approving like the staff, like the ratio versus like the class ratio, I just don't want, like having that much students in a classroom. I do appreciate and have most respect, Dr. Sanders, about you on middle schools, because that's really my concern. And it's in middle schools where 10 years ago, kids are really like just different right now. So looking at 6th to 8th grade for 30:1, it's like, I don't know. It's just like a big question mark in the
I looked up the ratios that we had for the class size.
Yes.
Okay, we had 1 to 22 for pre-K through 4th. 5th grade was 1 to 25.
Okay.
6th through 8th grade was 1 to 25. And then 9th through 12th was 1 to 25.
So this is like the
Class size.
Class size.
That is not, well, that got changed.
It was what we had initially, and then we changed it
Okay,
and
but what
bumped it
the
up
board
by 2.
approved, we approved because we were 1 to 21.
Right, y'all were 1 to 21, pre-K
And the
through 5.
recommendation of Dr. Fields was to go up by 2 in every category. So I think we approved 1 to 23 at elementary, 1 to 25 at
That I
secondary.
cannot find, I'm looking for it, but I
Okay,
have
that's
the
fine.
original
I'll power up
staffing
my laptop as we
ratios.
go up and down, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna try and find. if
I'm
that
sure I
was
have it somewhere, I just can't
June.
find it right now.
Yes, I'll take a
Right.
look.
So,
I remember in my brain 1 to 23, 1 to 25, and 1 to 27. Although I'm a little, I got, Mr. Willis gets to sit at home and watch, and
Right.
he's thumbs upping it too. That is
Right.
my memory of what either May
we
or
started out
June.
1 and then we changed it like around about mid-June going into July. We did change it. But when
Okay.
we initially started, we had a staffing model that we were using to allocate in staff positions. That up there is just to allocate, to tell a principal, you have X number of kids coming in. So if I was a middle school principal, you would tell me, I have 600 kids. I'm going to tell you that you're going to staff 30 to 1. You're going to have an allocation 30 to 1. I take that 600 divided by 30, and that will tell me what I will have in each grade level. Does that make sense? So if I have 306, how many teachers I would have in each grade level? So I have 300 kids in 6th grade. I divide that by 30. That's the staffing, how many teachers I can get for that grade level. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. And
That's
then-
not how many kids that teacher will have.
Right,
It's
because
just how
that
many
gets
teachers you will
offset
get.
by 40 kids in PE.
Right.
Offsets and becomes 25 kids in math. So when our ratios we care about, because y'all do your staffing thing, that's all internal day-to-day stuff, right? When we're looking at it, we're
Class size.
thinking that in our core classes in our schools, we shouldn't see more than 27 kids in a core high school class, English, math, social studies, science, right, is the goal. And we shouldn't see more than 25 kids in a core class in middle school, once you kind of average everybody out.
That is the goal that we have, but I cannot speak to that fully right now because I need y'all to approve the boundaries.
Okay,
We can build a
correct,
master
correct.
schedule.
And
But
Ms. Lee,
we're
just-
not hearing
I'm
a
sorry.
recommendation to change that as part of this plan. Y'all are going to staff in a certain way, but are we hearing a recommendation that we're not going to actually try to go to 32 in high school math? We're not going to try to go to 30 in middle school English?
Yeah.
The goal is never to have class sizes of 30, 32, 35, 40. That is never the goal. To actually allocate teacher-student ratio, that's what the master schedule is for, and that's what you tweak around so you won't have that, like one teacher is over here with this number and this teacher is over there with another. So the goal is never to be over the 30, it's never to be over, so we know that in middle school, you got some special love in middle school. And so you try to massage those numbers so you will not have the numbers going over that amount. What we're really trying to do now is get the staffing allocation so we can allocate how many teachers will be assigned to that campus for that principal to build their master schedule once we get the boundaries approved.
But,
Ms. Lee, could I add one more piece that might bring a little bit of clarity also? Don't forget, there's that position where principals balance classes. So like the first 2 weeks of school, you could very well see a second grade class. We're staffing at 22 to 1. You could very well see a second grade class with 27 kids in there. And right next door, the partner teacher has 19, right? So it's up to the campus principal at that point to balance out those classes. And then if you remember, sometimes we will report back to the board after Labor Day that we're needing to move a teacher from Selma to Crestview because the projected enrollment numbers that we had at Selma for 4th grade wasn't exactly where we thought it was going to be, and Crestview is over here busting at the seams in 4th grade. So we wait until after Labor Day to just kind of give everything an opportunity to settle down, and then if we need to move teachers from one campus to the next, to make sure we're as close to that as we possibly can, that's that added layer. And I want to be really clear, principals are very good at advocating if they need assistance with balancing classes or need an additional FTE.
Oh, okay.
Well, and I think that plays into something Dr. Gibson and the demographers have warned us about recently over the last couple of years too, which is not looking at our most optimistic enrollment and staffing off, rainbows and unicorns, and maybe the kids will show up, about needing to be very careful with that and with not knowing with vouchers. Northside's going to start an online virtual high school. We've already seen we're attributing hundreds of students to virtual high schools all over the place, and lots of other factors that if you staff too high, you can't unhire teachers come September 3rd when the kids aren't there. So that seems very responsible considering those enrollment numbers could be flexible, and even the best demographer cannot pick what some human parent decides over the summer.
Yeah, I would rather do what I do than what he does in this environment, because it used to be fun when it was a little more predictable, each house yields this. One thing, Ms. Ryan, that I also might add that has, I'll go back to some of the earlier recommendations that I think are becoming more and more true, and there's a little bit of a window here to talk about this. So if you build on more conservative assumptions, our company's going to say you've got to make that shift. The other thing that we're going to, it was already recommended, I'm going to double down on it, is that not this coming year, because you've got to make a decision here for this coming year, but it's almost like if you can build a balanced budget for 26, 27, when you build a balanced budget, and I would argue you have one in front of you tonight, that you start on the 27, 28 budget planning almost immediately. You get it level set, but then what's the thing that we may need, and then you get ready for July of 2027, and you do all the moving parts, and then once the budget is adopted in July, you stick to it. And I think part of, this is just my opinion, but how we got here is things done after the budget was adopted. That's part of how we got here. And it should be that unless you're really responding to something that's hair on fire, that's a consideration for the next year's budget. Because all these calculations were made against this, revenue assumption for next year. And then every great idea, they're great ideas, but if the revenue assumption is the revenue assumption, and in y'all's case, it's been under what so anyway, I'm just stick with it once you adopt your budget.
Well, that insurance thing was one of the things.
Good example.
Okay.
That's
So,
correct.
which we can't say we're going to ignore it,
Correct.
had to deal with it.
Correct.
It's not.
Exactly.
It wasn't
Yes.
a preference.
That is exactly right, ma'am.
All right, back to you, Ms. Lee.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding then, we're just budgeting the staff like this, but it doesn't mean that it's the class ratio itself on each, right?
Yeah, my recollection, and I hate to throw a number out, but maybe we can find it, but we toyed around with the actual ratios. And if you go to the slide, Dr. Gosh, that shows the chart, that one, so you can see that the reduction from 1615 to 1357 is that 7% reduction. And we were somewhere around 1,000. In my mind, I'll have to look back at my notes, but there was a lot of wiggle room to where if you applied the ratios 100%, the 1357 was still over.
Correct.
Right? It was still over. We can find that number and send it to the board. So in other words, you can make the 7% reduction that's being recommended and still be comfortably over what a hardcore, reduction to your teacher category. You're still going to be comfortably over it.
And that's consistent. We got a staffing audit 2 years ago that started to tell us the numbers, and then it just kind of
Correct.
ballooned from there. So what was 150 teachers over has now just become, as the kids went away, now it's 250 over. So
Right. And
that number seems to make sense with the data we've been watching over 2 years.
Correct, and I forgot about earlier staffing audit, so that's right, it validates that.
Yeah, we were about 127 to 150 or something like that over. So it's ballooned a little bit because the kids went away.
Okay.
Okay, so this might help just a little bit. So if we look at teachers, because we're worried about class size, right? We know based on projections, we are projecting a total number of 22,342 children are going to show up on our door next year. That's our projection for where we will start school next year. I'm sorry? 22,342. That's based on the projections that we have for where we will start school next year. We're currently, I think, at 22,400, I believe, right now. If you just take that 22,342 and divide it by 1,357 teachers, that means you essentially are creating classrooms of 16 to 1. Not 30, but 16.
All right, anything else on the first round, Ms. Lee? If not, I'm going to come back around for a second. Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones?
Have you started to identify the positions that are actually going to be eliminated in that 7%? And if not, when will that be done so people know about that?
We're going to do that as soon as, if the board approves this recommendation, then we will begin the conversations.
How long do you think that will take? Do you already have the positions in mind, or is that something you have to go back and work on?
We all each have the 7% from the different positions that Cabinet oversees, and so we're going to go through those positions that we haven't touched yet to see on, has there been vacancies created? Do we have to fill that spot, or do we need to eliminate that position and somebody's in there, and then see is there's a possibility for someone to match a vacancy in someplace else? And so the question is, when will we do that? We've already begun working on that, but we haven't had any conversations about that because it depends. If this passes, then absolutely the next step is to do the final step, and that is to eliminate the 77 positions so we can get to 35 million.
How long will that take you to do you think, from once it's approved, if it's approved?
We're going to do it the next week,
Okay.
right then.
And then with doing these cuts to get us to the balanced budget for next year, is this something that you think these cuts are, do you foresee us needing to do anything drastic like this in the next coming school years? Or is this something would be manageable with just small cuts here and there where we don't have to do anything this drastic?
From doing it all this year, then absolutely not. We don't see any other cuts coming up for a while. And the reason is, can we put the fund balance slide back in? See, if you look at where we are now, we have such a decline in the fund balance that there's no working capital at all in there in case something would happen. The other thing, which you brought up a really good point that I need to stress, is if the fund balance keeps going below the $55 million, if there was a disaster and something happened where TEA could not provide us salaries for the next month and a half, there could be a situation where if we don't take care of our fund balance, we can't cover payroll. And that's another thing that's talked about in the financial conversations right now across the state as a responsibility, not only for disasters, but also for borrowing money and our bond rating, et cetera. And so if you look at the second slide, where it says with cost reductions, you can see not only do we surpass the 55 million, but we go up to 59 by the end of this year. And there's a possibility by us holding tight that there may be even some more monies available to us, because are going to eliminate our expenses and our revenues will remain the same. And if that's the case, we have an opportunity for a little bit more cushion. So as we're building our campuses with the support that they need, as we talked about in the last regular scheduled board meeting when Mr. Macias was talking about 1882 partnerships, and we were talking about how we're going to support our schools and the plans that we have and our work with TEA, they're extremely excited about the opportunities that we have done for our turnaround plans and our conversations about supporting the schools that need it. And we know our kids can learn, we know our teachers can teach, but we need to unhandcuff them and give them the tools and resources that each campus needs. And this allows us to do that. And if we do this now, next year will we have concerns about cuts? I don't believe so. If we project our enrollment the right way, which we believe we're very accurate on that, the way our attendance boundaries are going to work out for us, continue with the school of choice that you'll hear about in the attendance boundaries presentation, our people will be happy. They'll want to stay here. We'll be able to recruit quality people. We'll be one of the school districts that aren't in debt. We'll be the ones that are adding things as we move along. And so I think the future is really bright for Judson ISD.
One thing that I would say, and I believe Dr. Gibson said it earlier, and Dr. Jacklich may have said it as well, but once we course correct here in terms of right sizing, having us at an 84%, as Dr. Gibson said, we need to start budget planning the next year, and unless it's on fire, we should not be hiring a new allocation on that budget if it isn't already budgeted for. And so, as we would begin, so it's kind of an active piece, like we've right-sized and we know how many individuals we would need per category in order to make things operational. So as we evaluate that going into next year, we don't take our eye off of that prize. And typically, I know Dr. Gibson can say, typically those role ID categories are managed by the CFO. Collectively, us together, we have shared that role right now, trying to right-size it. But the CFO would be one of those individuals that would look at those categories and be able to say, hey, here, this is how this maps out in terms of planning that budget. So going forward, to answer your question, I don't see the cuts as long as the district maintains, and district administration, as long as we keep an eye on what our allocations are and the way in which we need to staff things and stick to our guiding principles, then additional cuts aren't necessary because we are staffing appropriately from this point going forward.
And a little short thing right there, 100% agree. The kind of the beauty, if I may, of not having a CFO is, at this moment in time, is it forced, there were no silos when we got in the room because everybody had to just do it. Like this team had to do it. And so that was, I'm kind of smiling when I say that. It would have been, of course, much easier to have had a CFO during this process. However, an upside to the learning, and what, Dr. Gosh, I bet what part of what you're saying right now is there's no way that we would go back out of this position control mindset that we now have. Is that a fair statement? Like, no way we would go back out of that because they've got the mindset anchored because they had to do it. So they've got it anchored.
I'd just like to add, when we talked about position management, okay, every employee has a position number in the budget process. And so as we aligned right now at 84%, there's no other positions available for a new person to go in. And so that allows us to keep that no matter who comes in. There's not a position for them. So that conversation has to be had. Where would I put this employee? How could this employee become employed? There's not a spot for them. And so that also is an added protection for us in the future.
That's all I had.
Mr. Macias.
I appreciate the questions that were asked. A lot of them were some of the same ones that I had. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. I'm immensely disappointed with this recommendation because we talk about academics, but yet these cuts are going to have an impact on academics, and we do not know what that's going to be. And my biggest concern with you, Dr. Jacklich, is that you're not here for the long haul. You're here for the short run, which means I have to really question every recommendation you make. You've been brought in to help balance our budget. I'm not clear, and we didn't have this information in advance, which I've made very clear too, that we didn't have 72 hours to review this information, which means I didn't have a chance to dig deeper to have a little bit more confidence in the information that's being provided. So I'm disappointed. I'm just going to let that sink in. I do want the information sooner next time. So my question is that we've talked about what Ms. Stanford had mentioned about the sale of district property to help alleviate the deficit. I would much rather see us sell property and have a $21 or $22 million deficit to contend with rather than $35 million, because that means we don't have to cut as much personnel. We already are thin. I hear that from campuses all over the place. We don't have enough now, and so you're going to cut more. We also know that attrition, Dr. Gosch mentioned it, is going to play a critical role in where we end up. I think that we're going to make our targets based on attrition alone. So I don't think that we have to even say 77 positions. You're going to find people leave the district. So I'm concerned with the same information that Ms. Lee mentioned about the staffing ratio, and I know you guys answered the question. But the logic is if you staff for 30 to 1, that's pretty much your average. And then, of course, using a whole number of 23 or 22,000, whatever students, we're divided in elementary, middle school, and high school, which means it's not just divide into you divide that per each sector to make sure that students' needs are being met. So my concern, again, is that we've already had enough conversations here to know that middle school is our weakest area. And now we're going to stuff a 30 to 1 ratio there. Granted, we're hoping we have 25 to 1 and all these. We don't. We actually were strategic last year in December of '24 to have smaller enrolled middle school campuses. And I think that's why Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin can be confident that we're going to see turnaround plans at Metzger and Kirby. But now you're going to add a whole lot more students there. So let me ask you this question. We're closing 4 campuses. These teachers are not going to follow the students. What happens to those teachers that were teaching a class at Rolling Meadows? Those students still exist. They're going to be dispersed to other campuses. So it gives me the impression you're going to increase the student-teacher ratio on those campuses if you're not bringing teachers over. 284 positions is a lot of positions to cut. I don't know what is under the umbrella of 284 positions that we're not bringing back. And so is that information out there currently on what those 284?
May I respond?
You may.
Okay. First and foremost, I want to talk about a couple things. One, I don't appreciate you challenging my integrity. I came here to do a job, and I worked very hard to do that job. And so for you to think that I wouldn't and I'm not bought in, I would just respectfully disagree with that comment.
If you could practice better transparency by getting documentation to us 72 hours in advance, I might have a little bit more faith in that. But
May I respond?
What is it? Actions speak louder than words.
Okay. So one of the things we did is we approached the same conversation, the same process as we did with the school consolidation. On school consolidation, on that Saturday, we presented the board with that information the first time, just like this, so we could have an opportunity to have an open dialogue and discuss the information. There was no action taken, and that's why you don't need to have the information 72 hours before. If we had this as a board action agenda item, then absolutely I would understand your concern. But this is not an action item. We're not asking you to vote tonight. We're asking you to listen to this process. We're giving you this information to take away with you, and then the next time we come forward with a board meeting, when we decide and recommend our action for the board to address, 7 board members on the dais have an opportunity to either say we approve this or we disapprove that. And from whatever the board majority says, then that's where we move forward with our work. The next thing you talk about, the 284 staff members from the consolidated campuses. I can't tell you how many times I've already had this conversation with you, and you know that those 284 positions, there's 121 that are teachers, and we already guaranteed all those teachers a spot because we have 142 District of Innovation teachers that are not certified. Those all certified teachers will go into spots that are held by District of Innovation teachers until they get their certification, and then they can apply for the other positions. All the other positions, which we have said several times before, have been met with our HR people, and we're in the process of going ahead and putting them in positions as we speak that have come vacant across the district. So every one of those 284 positions from the consolidation of the campuses are 284 positions that are vacant positions that do not come back at all for the district that we can cut from the 536 positions.
I like to see documentation on that, so I don't want a conversation. Send me the email. I want to know the positions that are being proposed in the 204 and the 121. I believe in documentation. I believe in being able to hold something and reading it, which I don't have. And I also like to put things on record. So I do appreciate you doing that as well. But I will say again that this board has asked for information, regardless if it's a discussion matter or a voting matter. It's not one of these things we negotiate, oh, if it's voting, then we want to see it. I think it lacks transparency when you don't provide information. And in regards to your example regarding consolidation, the Growth and Planning Committee had already a preview of the recommendations. It wasn't done in a vacuum. There was already ideas of what was going to be stated here. Granted, that would have been nice to have that information ahead of time too, but at least there was discussion in the community. We don't have an equivalent Growth and Planning Committee on this. It's just administration and you. And so we expect information to be evaluated and reviewed 72 hours prior. And I don't think that's negotiable. I don't think it's in policy. If it's discussion, we don't need to see it. This is important. I want to be able to review it and really do my homework on these recommendations. So the other thing that's disappointing is that we did have an understanding that we would dip below the fund balance. So it's not crucial, but I just need to understand, Dr. Gibson, your reference to the fund balance line. You mentioned that it would impact our ratings for future bonds, but I think I heard you mention it's going to be perpetual. I just need some clarity. My opinion would be that that dip would dip for fund balance below the rate, but then it would move up, and then we'd be fine in the next audits. I don't see that having a 10-year impact or 30-year impact on us.
Well,
So explain that, please.
In that, thank you for the question. In that hypothetical, I was making an assumption that you were trying to sell bonds while under that first rating, which I think Ms. Stanford may have said, well, we just wouldn't sell a while ago. Okay, so, but I don't think I'm doing my job if I don't tell you make a mention of it. That's exactly right. Since the initial conversation, with regards to just where the line is and the $55 million, and now since those numbers we feel a lot more solid about, I went back to our team at Moat Casey and just basically said, would we ever make a recommendation to let fund balance drop below this 75-day operating threshold if it could be avoided? And the answer was just no. If you can avoid it, don't do it.
And again, just so I'm clear, you said something about a 10, 20, 30-year impact. Not if it stayed below, but if we ended up getting the fund balance back up to the appropriate 75 days, we then would pass our next audit with an appropriate rating. Are you saying we would not?
No, I felt like I just addressed that. I just don't know if I got it across to you.
Maybe not, because I'm asking the same question, so I didn't.
Okay, I'll answer it again. If you achieve that first rating and then Moody's and Fitch or others did an analysis of you while you had that first rating, they're going to lower your credit rating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you sold bonds while under that rating, then you're going to be paying a higher percentage rate indefinitely. That's all.
And if we
Yeah,
go
that's all I'm
up,
saying.
no, if we go back up, because we're below, right? We're not selling any bonds. Say we sell nothing.
Yeah, it was all a hypothetical
I know,
from the
but now
beginning.
our fund balance is at 75 days, because we can actually grow that fund balance back up. We would be fine. We
Sure.
wouldn't have any
He's
issues
saying
with the
you
rating.
can't you can't just refinance your bonds anytime you want. Like, if you go back up, you can't just refinance and get a lower interest rate. You're locked into that till you can do
That's
refinance.
only if we
right?
sold at the
Okay.
lower
Right,
rate.
sure.
Yeah, we're not selling anything, like
Third
Ms. Stanford
time I'm
said.
saying that as part of my
Yeah.
hypothetical.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
not selling anything. So
Correct.
we take this dip, and that's why I want to be clear. We take this dip, we climb back up, we're now at the 75-plus days, and then we try to sell
Okay.
bonds. Then we should be fine.
And it's the climb back up plan that I'm not hearing how to climb back up if you don't reduce staff.
Understood. And that's a whole different scenario.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that when we're at the 75-day mark, that's optimal and we're fine. It's not perpetual. But I also want to remind folks here, there seems to be this implication that we sort of, didn't know what we were doing back then when we had the scenario develop of our deficit budget. And I'm going to remind my community, we were clear about our intention. We had double the amount of funding in our fund balance that we had to utilize. 123.7, it looks like. So we could not stay at 123. So what did we do? We invested it in employees. We made raises. We knew they were not sustainable, so we were looking for funding sources through the years. This, unfortunately, is the outcome without additional revenue. So if we do this, then we're not looking at an ability to give raises unless we pass a Vader. And even if we pass the Vader in November, it's only going to be for the short run, though, because we really won't have extra money, because once those raises eat up the Vader money that we just adopted, we're stuck again. There has to be an emphasis in not just accepting the reality of where we are, but ensuring that we have the funding from the state that we need. Because every year, when you were talking about the good old days, Dr. Gibson, when you could just project, is because the basic allotment would increase. There was an anticipation that we'd have money to put back into raises. We don't have that. It's not the lay of the land anymore. It's a very different world now. And so our budgeting will have to be different, and we will accommodate those differences. But I don't want it to look or feel like there was some mismanagement, because there certainly was not.
Clear, I hope there was nothing that I said that and gave that impression at all. I think because I did not intend to do that, but there's another line that's not on this slide, and it's your student enrollment, and that's kind of the elephant in the room. So if you lay it up, like if we transposed it on there, it's going to just kind of keep doing what your line is doing on that fund balance. And so as long as that student enrollment line is going down, you've got to reduce your expenditures to correspond with that revenue coming in. It's just that simple.
And I guess my last point that I'll make, I have several notes, but really it doesn't matter. The thing that's important, though, is that we're looking at selling property. I said that in the beginning. I would much rather try to reduce our deficit at a much more realistic number, which means we have extra vacant property that can be put on the market. I still want to sell the technology building. I think both of those have no direct impact on students. They're only where the adults live. But we need to make sure that we minimize impact on anything that impacts students. And to have a revenue source that could alleviate, as Ms. Stanford said earlier, that $14 million deficit from insurance would, in the end, help us not have to cut as much in order to support student success. I'm very nervous about the middle school stuff. I mean, we know parents have left our campuses because they're crowded. They want smaller campuses where they feel their students are cared for. And we are walking right into providing an environment that will not be excellence, as you keep putting out there. If we want excellence, we need to be innovative. And so the innovation is in the smaller campuses. And we have a way there. We just need to sell some of our property to alleviate part of this deficit and then work towards it. Because I can tell you, your percentage would be a lot different if it was 21 million we're trying to reduce as opposed to 35 million. And that's really why the 2-year plan was optimal, because it gave us the ability to do that without hurting students. And I have concerns. that the cuts are going to be deeper and harder for our staff to maneuver through.
Well, I just want to make one point. Absolutely, Mr. Macias, I hear you, and I hear what you say. But one of the things I need to address as your interim superintendent, that selling property is a one-time deal where you make money once. If you look at our 91% personnel cost, that's reoccurring every year. If you don't cut personnel, you're always going to have that cost of we're overstaffed and we're underfunded, and we're never going to get out of debt if we don't address that personnel issue.
I don't know if I know we've talked a lot about things, but 14 million of that is a one-time deficit. It's one time, which means to sell a property knocks out that one-time debt, which means the reoccurring debt we're dealing with is 21 million, 22 million. That's the reoccurring debt that we need to alleviate going forward. But 14 million of it is done once we sell property. And I think that's what, I don't know if it's connecting with you or not, but that's where we can make a difference with minimizing, trying to resolve a $35 million deficit without even thinking about selling property. That's excess right now for us. We don't even have a name on this building on Pat Booker. It still says Alamo College is up there. Just sell the thing and save some money and support students.
I guess we'll come back to me, and then I'll go one more time down the line. We've been told a lot on this dais that words matter. And so I'll exclude the two old crusty superintendents because I know y'all got some thick skin, right? But to the other 5 of you, I'm sorry. I am not disappointed in the work you guys have put in the last 5 weeks. And I'm sorry because I was watching your faces when that was said. And I'm sorry because I am, and I'm sure most of my colleagues are, extraordinarily proud of the work you have put in to put this together tonight. And I watched faces as you guys were doing it, and you are a different cabinet. You are different people. And I mean that in the best way possible. To hear you talk about kids and to see the big picture and how they aren't silos anymore. Every dollar impacts everybody, and everything Dan does impacts Kristen, which impacts you, which impacts you. It all impacts everybody. And watching that presentation, I could see y'all get it. And that's what you guys have been working on. So I'm sorry that you guys had to hear that. I'll just trust you that most of us are very, very proud of the work you did supporting Dr. Jacklich and putting this together and helping us understand the story and understand how it was going to impact our kids, because that's what we care about. This isn't about money. This is how do we take care of our kids today, tomorrow, 10 years from now. And that's why every penny counts, is to give our kids more down the road. In terms of the process, this is kind of the second time, well, actually, it's really like the third or fourth time we've kind of done this. This is some feedback that the board has given about how we've been watching other school districts and how they do their meetings, right? And we used to just come in, vote, boom, right? And we just have 7 different personalities on our board. And we've got a lot of thinkers and digesters up here, right? Who need time. And we need to walk away from meetings and think and sleep and talk. And we've got such big networks that we love to talk to in our communities and get input. So like a lot of boards are doing their working workshops, and then they go into their meetings where they vote. And so I've heard great things from my colleagues, how they appreciate that extra time and getting it this way. So I think for me, I went in with a completely open mind and found myself ultra-focused on the words that were coming out of y'all's mouth, and I felt that was helpful for me. So we'll, as colleagues, we'll talk, but I think this was helpful the way that we did it. I'm also happy to see the original task we asked for, because some of us saw the data and kind of knew all of this a long time ago, right? There's a reason we asked for a 1-year plan. it's because we knew where that line was. We were picturing in our brain. It's much better on this slide, thank you. But in many people's heads, we saw this, it just didn't look like this. And so when we asked for a one-year plan, it's because the majority of us realized there really weren't a lot of other options. So this is the first time we have seen a plan, which is what the board asked for in July. So I appreciate that.
That's not
you have
true.
brought us what we asked for. So other comment on commercial property, because I know this has come up in the finance committee and everything else too. Obviously, I know a bunch of commercial realtors. Again, we don't have a lot of vacant buildings. We have one empty school, right? But everything has to move, right? If we're going to move out of the ERC, that's a lot of bodies to move, and they all got to move somewhere. And the stuff has to move somewhere. I'm pretty sure we got a bunch of wires coming into this building that are big, thick, run the entire network. So, and then sales of commercial properties in San Antonio, I mean, you're looking at a 3 to 5 year process, right? And we haven't even done a commercial appraisal yet, right? You can't go off what Bexar County says in the tax records. That never gets updated because we don't pay taxes because we're a school district, right? So a commercial appraisal of what would somebody actually buy this building for today, we don't even know. So, and I look forward to I know we talked a little bit about like growth and planning, talking about what happens with buildings and getting more people like economic development and local commercial realtors involved in that process, because I think that is something down the road where we can give more to kids if that's a possibility. My big question is, so what decision are you actually looking for from us, I guess? So as I'm looking through your slides, I'm trying to figure out what's a board level decision, right? Because we closed schools, so we already did that, right? We changed not staffing ratios. We changed classroom ratios. We approved that. But what I'm hearing is you are not making a recommendation at this time to change the board-approved classroom ratios. You're just going to staff it in a very conservative way. So I guess other than making one change to the compensation plan, which we're already going to improve the compensation plan for next year. So if there were any days that we changed, that would just get changed as part of when we approve the 26-27 compensation plan. So other than just approving a 26-27 budget, because that's what I'm hearing is you're saying without cutting any programs, without anything else, I'm trying to figure out what is a board level decision, because this all sounds like superintendent building a district for 22,000 students, which is what every superintendent does every budget cycle, right? Am I missing something?
I mean, this is a balanced budget plan, so it's a fair, and we're saying you would be able to achieve it without a program change. I mean,
Yeah, we're changing major program changes. I'm trying to think of all the things that boards strategically do. Because this
Correct.
board has delved into the micromanagement. We'll fully admit that, right? We're like,
Yeah.
cut one person here, one person there. And there's all sorts of reasons we got to that point, but we're not at that point anymore. So we need to pull ourselves back up to that strategic realm and figure out what our strategic actions are as a board versus your tactical actions as a superintendent.
and as a consultant, let me frame it this way. I don't think, in my mind, there's an action here. The team is bringing you
That's what
a
I'm trying to
balanced
figure
budget,
out.
but I'm not the interim superintendent, I'm not the board
Yeah.
president. So if there's a decision that needs to be made,
Yeah, Dr. J, what
Then
sort of,
that's it, yeah.
what sort of strategic decision that's in the board realm would you be looking for?
Well, we wanted to share all this information with you and share what we've been working on the last 7 weeks, gathering the information not only from the data, but from what we hear across the district and from our community members as well. And so this is the best plan that we feel is possible in order to right-size the district and have us move forward. And so when we leave from here, if the board has any questions or anything, other information they would like to see, we would invite you to send that to me so we can provide you with that information. And then the next meeting, we're going to come back with a recommendation for the board to approve this.
Okay, so maybe, Greg, is it a big overarching almost, we're back to budget parameters, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean,
Rewind,
if
we're
I
at-
was writing in a budget parameter and I was trying to capture the essence of an expenditure assumption, then I would say the board is reducing the 6 PEMS categories by 7%.
Yeah, or the 6 PEMS category, we will spend approximately this much in this
Right.
category, this much in this
Correct.
category,
I mean,
this
that's-
much. Is it a budget parameters memo? And if he has that, is that, and we approve that, is that
Well,
what he needs to go?
Yeah, I mean, it's chicken
execute?
or egg at that point, because if the board adopts that parameter,
Parameters.
then we just now we've got it in the budget parameter memo.
Correct, and then he just-
And that actually helps, because now we know for sure we're reducing these 6 categories by 7%, and so we've got to go to work, right?
Yes, but next is also the attendance boundaries, which we need to.
Oh, correct. Oh, no, that's, yeah,
Right.
that's another, that's
Yeah.
a 5-minute recess and then back to
Yeah.
that. So, okay, so maybe you two can work on
The framing of what the motion
framing
would be.
of that into a board, a thing a board would approve.
Yeah.
Type thing,
Yep.
right? Because I don't think we want to be back in the business of going through 3,300 names. That is not
Right.
the board's
Thank
strategic
you for saying that. And
plan.
it'll be complicated to get there. And I just think the team, I mean, y'all are already on that, they're already on that work. I mean, they're,
correct, yeah.
which
And that
part
way-
of the irony is.
But I agree, approving some things, we have something in writing, but,
Right.
okay.
So yes, we can work on the emotion. I mean, the one that's in my mind right now, and I'm not saying it's a final thought, is this, it's basically the 91% to 84%. That's what you're doing in essence. That's what's really occurring. You're
Yeah.
reducing your staffing and your general ledger from 91% to 84%, and you're doing it by applying equally that 7% delta to these 6
Okay.
categories. That's what you're doing in essence.
Yeah, and it's got a few assumptions on there, whatever revenue assumptions, enrollment, all those assumptions you
Correct.
made behind this, so that we're all working off the same, pieces, 3 pieces of data drive
Correct.
most of this.
Yep.
Okay, and that, because then that drives the rest of the budget cycle between now and June 30th.
Correct. And that's pretty important.
Yes.
It's a pretty
Oh, yeah.
important factor,
It's gonna
yes.
be a great budget cycle. Okay, sorry. I'll go back down the line then for remaining questions. I wanted to make sure I had an idea of where we were going next with this. So, Ms. Canoyer, I'll go back down to you.
So I don't have a lot of questions, but I do want to talk about where my head is at on this. I met with Dr. Jacklich right after spring break, I think it was, and he kind of outlined what they were thinking about with this. And my biggest concern always is our people, always. We say, and it's so true, that Judson is different from any other district. We have, and I've said this before, we have so many people who have grown up in the district, graduated from the district, and they stay here or they leave and they come back and they work in the district, or they have their children in the district. And it's just completely different from so many other districts around San Antonio. And I'm saying district a lot, I hear that. I'm sorry, got to edit myself. And I do appreciate the fact that we are looking at making sure anybody whose position is being restructured, making sure that they have an opportunity to continue to work with us, because every person is so valuable. I got emotional when I was talking with Dr. Jacklich, because all my time in the district, I know so many of these people, and not just teachers, but, our custodians and our paraprofessionals and our directors and assistant directors and, coordinators. All those people are important to me because of personal relationships I have with them, not just an appreciation for what they do for our students. The thing that appeals to me about this is that we're not putting this on the back of elementary principals to lose 10 days. That we're not singling out different categories of programs to cut that take opportunities away from our students, either academic or extracurricular, because that well-rounded education that we provide is hugely important, and it's one reason families come and stay with us. So reluctantly, because I don't want to have to cut anything, in the perfect world, we wouldn't have to. I will support this.
Ms. Stanford.
Okay. And I do appreciate all the work y'all have done, by the way. I hope you realize that. I know you've been working very hard. I have some specific questions just to come back to, and I'd be happy to follow up with email if you'd like. So some specifics would be that I'd want to know, as we're looking to actually vote on this, is how are certain classes of employees going to be impacted, such as, are we keeping academic trainers? Are we keeping librarians? Are we keeping some of them or losing all of them? So that's one question I have, is how are certain categories going to be impacted? Is it just the 7% across every category? So we lose 7% librarians, 7% academic trainers? No?
No.
7% of that piece.
Yeah.
Oh, of the PEMS code,
Yeah,
right.
just-
Yeah.
So, correct, I understand. So I would want to know how that would impact those areas. And I don't remember asking for a one-year plan, by the way. I don't recall officially asking for that. And I liked doing something less aggressive, but I'm open to what y'all recommend. I'm interested in the impact on programs such as LOTC, SIP, the Spanish immersion. That has been put on hold. All those things have been put on hold. And I know that we have parents and teachers out there wanting to hear what's going to happen to our programs.
Dr. Sons?
Yes, sir. So Spanish immersion is not on hold. Those letters have gone out to families. I don't know if you recall we've had so many board meetings, forgive me. I can go back and look at the date, but we had a conversation about the numbers presented that would save us money for those particular students and teachers didn't actually balance out to save us as much money as we expected. It was a very similar conversation that we had with the elementary principals about why singling out one program, thinking it's going to save us $500,000. In reality, we would need those teachers to teach those students anyway. We also talked about our third grade, second grade, and first grade numbers are sitting at 25. It's our fourth and fifth grade numbers that are sitting at 9 and 11. So the conversation we had was to continue with Spanish immersion. I cannot answer LOTC.
Okay, so you're saying we are leaving Spanish immersion alone?
Yes, ma'am. We're not discussing any program changes at this point. The idea is balance the budget by getting all 6 PEMS codes to 84%. By doing that, it allows us to keep these programs for students intact.
We're sure of that? It's not
Yes.
going to pull from,
Because what felt really ugly about that is, in reality, we're asking those 81 kids at Wortham Oaks
All right.
to carry part of the budget
Right.
deficit on them.
yeah, I agree.
Yes, ma'am.
That and LOTC, there are programs, that's where we're really hurting the kids. And I had promised the parents, Ms. Knoyer and I went and met with a lot of the Spanish immersion parents.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've just been waiting to come back to that.
I got so many emails after y'all's meeting at Wortham Oaks, and they were incredibly thankful that you guys listened to their concerns. And it was not the best move
What was it?
To cut.
to cut.
Oh, to cut. I thought you meant for us to go.
No, because what are we asking? What are we asking? We're asking 6-year-olds?
Right.
Right.
No, I agree.
Yes, we're on the same page.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
And I thought LOTC went away too, because when we looked at the numbers, like First Sergeant Tafoya sees 200 kids in a day. Him seeing
There's a lot of
33
kids
kids
in
an
there.
hour helps keep the math class at 24, right? Because that's one of the offsetting things, that 500,000 for LOTC.
So I will reiterate what Dr. Saunders has said, that we're not proposing program cuts.
okay, so the programs all stay intact, and then I would just want to make sure that the 7% across the board cut doesn't impact the programs inequitably. So that's why one of my questions was, are we sure that an equal 7% is really equal? It's really wise, and maybe one area should be 6%. And I just want to make sure that, just to keep the numbers even, we're not robbing from some
Yes,
area
ma'am.
that's going to hurt kids.
Yes, ma'am. Just to reiterate, we've got students in those Spanish immersion classes that have to be taught anyway.
Right, and that was one of the
Yes, ma'am.
teacher's points.
Yes, ma'am.
That she made. So,
And the same way with LOTC, what we looked at is how many electives do we have? that sixth graders can take, that seventh graders can take, and that eighth graders can take, and they're very limited because there are some things that are dictated by the state that they have to take. And so we have to do those, but we also need other options for students that have openings in their schedule to be able to take other electives. So
And that's what
that-
makes us special is our programs. And so one of my points is, in addressing the enrollment decline, I don't want us to go, well, enrollment's declining, so we have to continue to decline in our services. I want us to find a more aggressive way to deal with that. We need to market our programs and the very special things about Judson in a more proactive, creative way. And I will be continuing to encourage that and push that. We can become more aggressive. We're going to do an aggressive cut in our budget. We can become more aggressive with promoting what we have and to try to combat this enrollment decline. We don't have to just sit back and let it happen to us. We're better than that. So I want to see us get aggressive there, and I will be continuing to bring that back. I do want a list of the cuts that we're going to undo. Apparently, you mentioned some. So I guess y'all have looked at those and have that?
Yeah, we just operated under this exercise under the assumption to just, like, I didn't even look at those, that we didn't need to factor it into the savings.
Yeah, I think we'll have to go
Yeah.
back and just see what was approved in spring
Yeah.
for
Yes.
next
So
school
I'm
year, like
gonna
the
want
10
that.
days. We'll
Yep.
work together on some minutes with Betty to see what exactly we approved in case any
Right,
of it
what's
needs
been
to be
approved and what are we going to back out?
Put back
And
in.
what will that bring back in numbers? I do want to, let's see, lastly, I do want us to.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Uh-huh.
Stanford, if I can just address that. We approached the budget deficit not cutting programs, not cutting days, not cutting stipends, only personnel positions. So there's not going to be a savings that's coming back because we're giving back the days, because we never utilized the cuts of those days in this presentation.
But I thought you said we had to undo them.
Well, because what you did as a board, I believe you took action
We'll have to take board
to
action.
cut the 10 days from the principals.
Right, for example.
And we're asking the board to rescind that. And if we go through this process, then no employee has any of their compensation cut. No days cut, no stipends cut, nothing else. This is all on personnel positions only.
Right, so I'm just curious if there are any other things that we need to rescind. Can we get a list of those things?
Yes, ma'am.
There
Yes,
might
ma'am.
just be one or two, I don't know. But it's been a while, so. I
Yeah, Laura,
just-
I'll work with them because even
Yeah.
my memory, that
Well,
was,
or notes or something.
that
as
was like
it's-
57 meetings
It's a
ago,
long
so
time
I
ago.
don't remember either.
And
so.
then lastly, I do want to include looking at property sales. I don't know why we would take that out of the picture. It's been.
Are you saying Coronado? Because that's the only vacant building we have right now, right, is Coronado? Are you saying we should sell Coronado?
I think we have other, no, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay, no, which ones do you want him to look at?
I don't know. Property sales, I think, don't we have some land? JTEC's been mentioned, and this is coming from the community.
Oh, no, I'm just wondering which ones are vacant right now.
Oh,
I think it's just Coronado
Coronado.
and maybe a couple pieces of land. I don't know, there's something in a
and we do
floodplain
have
by
other
that, right?
needs too. We need to move J-care. I mean, we have other things that need to be done
Yeah.
as well. But, and it'll be a shell game, I guess, moving things around.
Yes, ma'am. The first thing we have to do is get our budget, get our attendance boundaries, so we know how many students are going to attend each of the schools. That allows us to do the staffing models, to move all our teachers to where they need to go and our staff where they need to go. And then we need to go ahead and work on the transition of the consolidation campuses, where they're going and how the students can be welcomed at the end of the year to their incoming schools, along with the teachers and the staff that are going to go to new positions and new places, and then also to honor the schools that have been consolidated at the end of the year so they can have a legacy celebration. So absolutely, we have a lot going on right now in the next 2 months. And so from there, in the future, opportunities to get increased revenue by the opportunity to sell property, a one-time revenue back to the district for additional expenses or support or innovation. Absolutely, we can take a look at all those. But the first thing we have to do is get our plans set so we can right-size the district and get ourselves ready for next year.
Right, I know we have a list of priorities. I'm just saying, let's not lose sight of the sale of property. That did come from the community as well, and it was on the table, and I don't want to lose sight of that, because in reality, the 14 million from the insurance loss does reduce our recurring debt. It's not 35 million, it's 35 million minus the 14 as a recurring. So I'm wondering if we're counting that 14 million in the recurring, if we might be cutting things we don't have to cut. I just want to be sure we're being very cautious, thoughtful, and
Can we
cover-
clarify those numbers, though? Isn't it 38 minus 11? So she's saying 34 minus 14, but I
35,
don't think
it's
those are
like
the numbers. Aren't
35.
we at a 38 million deficit, and we've transferred 11.5 to self-funded? Or correct me if I'm wrong if I missed a board
Last
meeting.
number I heard
No,
was 14.
Ms. Stanford's correct. It's
Is-
35 minus the 14. The only difference is that you're leaving out is the revenue in the next 2 years will decrease about 5 to 6 million every year. So that's about 12 million.
And that's from enrollment, from what?
The projections for 80.
Okay, well, we can't just sit, I don't want to just sit back and say, we're going to be losing kids. I'm going to re-underscore my point that we have to be more aggressive about winning back our students. We need to think in a more creative way. Does anyone
Yes, ma'am.
disagree with that?
But I think what I've missed to explain to you is the opportunity to be creative, the opportunity to be innovative is if we balance the budget this year with the cuts and then create from 52 million to 59 million in our fund balance, where we need the threshold of 55, it gives us opportunities to develop innovative courses, opportunities to develop innovative programs in schools with our existing consolidated campuses and working with our partners in the community and our community members to determine what we want to do with those schools and how can we build something special, not only for the students in Judson, but across the city of San Antonio. There's all kinds of opportunities, but in order to increase those opportunities, you have to have money. And that's what this is about. Gathering money to increase opportunities for students, to retain the ones that we have in our district, but to recruit other families to come. And along with the money also comes a responsibility to be able to tell our story and tell people, you need to come check us out. We're doing all these great things. And so that's part of our plan as well. And I hear you, that's what you want as well.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that be part of our overall approach, because I keep hearing we have to allow for a reduction in revenue. We're just planning on that from reduced enrollment. So I want to see us plan a different way, plan to combat that, not just absorb that.
So the way, the plan that we have in place right now, it's not going to just let us break even, or just say if we only did a cost reduction of 25 million, we're still going to have a deficit. So we still don't have that fund balance is still decreasing. So if we,
Ms. Stanford, you're really talking about a philosophical shift, and you're doing
A
it
little
to
bit.
well, you're doing it to a number cruncher who's taking it literal. That you,
so no, I'm trying to get to my point
Yeah.
is, if we get that surplus, that's what Dr. J's talking about. If we get a little bit more in there, the more we can get, and then we can involve these or include or add more innovative programs.
Well, I'm not even talking about adding programs at this point. I'm saying we just need to advertise in a
To
more
slow
creative way
the-
what we have.
yeah, and slow the enrollment decline down. That's
And
what
slow
you're-
the enrollment
okay, that's
decline.
what
I don't want to
she's-
just
yeah.
sit back and
Yeah.
accept it's going to happen to us. I don't want to,
Right,
I want to be more proactive
Yep.
in that.
loud and clear.
So that's everything I had, and again, thank you.
I'm sorry, I was going to take it on hers. Yeah, and it's academic performance too, right? People do not flock to D-rated districts, but people flock to A and B-rated districts and A and B-rated campuses. And Dr. Saunders needs more money for more Saturday schools with more amazing teachers and more papaya tutoring, is it? There we go. I pay attention. Sometimes I remember some of it, right? Is we have to bring all of these campuses into the entire 55.8 square miles of excellence. And that way, every family is choosing Judson. And so, once we get there, and so you don't see these problems in, I'm not going to name a couple of districts, right? They don't have the problems with the decreasing enrollment and stuff like they do because there aren't any charter schools up there because nobody wants to go to why would you go to a charter school or a private school or anywhere else if you have an A-rated or a B-rated campus right in your neighborhood? Nobody likes to sit in the Carolina charter school, trust me, type thing. So yes, it's also about freeing up money so that these two have every single penny they need when a teacher and a campus says, I need X, because this is what we have just determined my babies need, then we don't want to ever have to tell you no. We'll tell you no sometimes, but Dr. J doesn't want to have to tell you no. Sometimes we don't want to have to tell you no if that's what the kids need, and that's what is going to help make that academic performance, and then people will naturally come back to once we're doing that. But all right, sorry, Mrs. Poteet, I jumped you in line. Go ahead.
Really, all I was going to say is I do agree with Ms. Stanford. We do need to be advertising and pushing and trying to get those students back. But the moment I got on this board, my main thing that I wanted to get across to the cabinet and to everybody, to the superintendent, was you hope for the best and you work for the best, but you plan for the worst. And this is what this is. We are looking at what we're being told, and if we're overcorrecting, and in no way am I trying to demean or demoralize anybody that may have to get shifted around. I hate that we had to close schools. I hate that we're in this position right now. So in no way am I minimizing anybody's pain. That is not my intention. But if we reduce now, we have more hope for the future. We start building up our fund balance again. We start giving ourselves that cushion where, like Ms. Ryan was saying, we can go and get that teacher what she needs or what he needs to help educate their students, because we have that buffer. So while this seems harsh, I see it as just you have to take your medicine so you can get better later on down the line. And once you're better, once your fund balance is up at a higher level, then we can start really, really focusing in on those like niche needs, those little kind of corner pockets where we can go and fund some more things that maybe we couldn't do prior because we're struggling to just keep the lights on. So to the cabinet, you guys are amazing, and I know I feel like I'm a bit of a record here where I'm just repeating myself, but the work that you guys are putting out right now is amazing. I've been impressed with everything that you guys have been presenting. And again, just the feel from the cabinet and from the superintendent, it's a pleasure to be around. It's not so hard to get in that car and come over here for the board meetings, because I know that we're in a better place and we're moving forward. And that's exciting for everybody. It's exciting for me. I'm sure it's exciting for you guys. So again, thank you to the cabinet. You guys have, I know, been working incredibly hard. So there is no amount of thanks that we can give up here that would really, could even compare. And my one question that I do have, kind of back to business here, is when you say that we're not going to be affecting any of the programs, I understand that, but I'm just curious where that puts us with the librarians and the GT, where we're essentially operating half-staff. That's what we're going to continue to do, where elementary schools will share a librarian, and I know that 2 elementary schools right now don't have a librarian. So would we be able to kind of, I guess, get that fixed? And in regards to GT, we're just going to be sharing that GT teacher going back and forth. Is that still the plan? And we're not cutting enrichment or anything else like that?
So we don't know. It's like programs. We need to get clued in on programs.
Yeah, because I'm assuming that we're just kind of keeping status quo as it is now.
So, yes and yes. So 2 answers to that. We have to, once you guys make this decision, then we have to dig into those PEMS codes. And to your point, we have some campuses that already have vacancies. So we have to determine what next steps are with that. I think the question you asked about, can we get a list of things that we rescinded previously that, or things that we approved yes, I think will help us shed light on what next steps are. Just trying to be incredibly honest, because some of those people have already left. So now we have, because of the conversations about not having academic enrichment or librarians. So we'll have to figure out what next steps are once we start digging into those PEMS codes. Just being honest.
I'm interested in
Yes, ma'am.
hearing.
I think what my question would be is there a possibility that next year, starting fall, there may be those 2 elementary schools that don't have a librarian, that are not even sharing one? Or are we going to try to get that staffed? Or I guess that would be my question. I don't know if I'm phrasing that right.
Because as it is right now, we talked about equity amongst campuses, right? We have some campuses that have librarians. We have some campuses that have paraprofessionals serving in that position. So we need to take a close look at what each campus needs, what we have right now, and what that looks like when we pressure check it with the PEMS codes. So I guess my answer is more information to follow.
Fair, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mrs. Lee. Any additional questions?
As my other colleague said, I just also want to thank you all for this, our budget workshop. It really helps. One thing that I don't know, I keep coming back with just a concern is that, Dr. J, I'm not sure if you have wrapped up, because you told me that you're going to visit like each campus and from my understanding, it's kind of like evaluate of what they need and like their concerns. You're going to hear like all their concerns and what do you think like you needed more or so I don't know if this is a question or something, but I'm sorry, I'm trying to process my mind. Because as before, I'm just gonna give an example that I'm not wholeheartedly, agree with it. When we have to cut assistant principals on secondary, because that's the thing that I'm really focus on our district is because that's where we kind of weak, especially the middle schools. So my concern is just going back with all these cuts in positions, because I know all our kids are all unique, so each campuses are unique. One campus might need more and one campus might not really need, kind of less. I'm just trying. So my concern with this is that I know we're gonna have I don't know, just the staff right here, a ratio 1:30, and numbers designate with it, but it looks like each campuses are different. So my concern is that if we're gonna be sticking just on the numbers itself, but what if that campus is needing more? Is there a room for it where you guys would be, okay, we need more, I'm just on, we need more, I guess, RTI teachers or something like that on this campus, but but we staff it each campus, I know you guys said about equity across the district, but that's the thing that I'm concerned is because each campus is unique. So what if that campus need more and
I tell you what I'm going to do. I think we didn't explain the difference between equity and equality. Okay, equal means every campus gets one assistant principal all the way down. But maybe every campus doesn't need one additional assistant principal. Maybe one campus needs an additional RTI. Maybe one campus needs another special ed inclusion teacher. So that's called the equity piece, where everybody gets what they need in order to be successful. Some of our programs and some of our campuses that are D-rated and F-rated campuses, they need more attention and they need more support. And that's why we're moving forward with this plan, because right now, if you look at where we are in our current fund balance, we're continuing to lose money every year because we have such high personnel costs. But our personnel costs were high because we had, I'll use elementary as an example. In the elementary schools, before we did consolidation, we had 18,000 seats of elementary students that could sit in, but we only had 11,000 students to fill those 18,000. So we were not, capacity-wise, really managing our schools effectively because we had a lot of staff with less students, and they weren't able to get the support because we were spread out so much. By the consolidation, and when you see the boundaries and how we build our schools, now we're able to create a support system for our schools. And once we approve the boundaries and we approve the budget, the next step is to redesign and reorganize our campuses based on their needs with the new staff that will be going in there. And at that time, and I'll let Dr. Saunders and Dr. Duhar-Toppin address this, that we've talked several times, that each campus is unique, and now it's time to provide them the resources that they need in order to be successful.
So we have spent a lot of time talking with Dr. J about our campuses, and y'all laugh when I say this, but our tips and our lips in our other campuses that have unique needs. And because they have those unique needs, we have to look at those campuses differently. I will tell you that all of our campuses are getting ready to embark on their campus needs assessment. So that is when they sit down with their leadership team and talk about all the needs that they have as a campus and what they need to put in their campus improvement plan for the next year. But our campuses that are TIP campuses and TAP campuses, they have the onus that they have to come out. TAP has to come out in 2 years. Our TIP campuses, we're trying to get them out in 1 year. And so those particular campuses, we have spent, I think, numerous conversations with Dr. J that we just can't paint them with the same brush as we will everybody else. We have got to really look at what they need and staff them accordingly so they can get to their academic goals that we're trying to get to. So when we're talking about looking at what each campus needs and talking about being equitable, that's what we're talking about. Kitty Hawk doesn't get the same exact thing that Metzger gets because Kitty Hawk is not in the same boat that Metzger is. Metzger is a campus that's on a tap. And so we have to make those considerations, and even with our elementary campus that we really have, and this budget is going to allow us to tap into money that we haven't been able to tap into because we've been a deficit budget. And so this is going to open up opportunities for us to tap into money and give back to the campuses that need that type of support. Okay?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Ms. Jones, any other questions, comments?
The only thing I was wondering is, can we get a list of property that the district owns? Because I think there's a misconception out there that we're sitting on a bunch of land and buildings that we could sell. And I think that would help clear up what's actually available, because I would believe you have to be careful selling some of this because charter schools could come in or private schools, and we wouldn't want that to happen to lose our students. And also, if you can balance your budget without selling your assets, I think that would be better to hold on to for future, because if property values do increase and you need that later down the line, you wouldn't want to just do that now. And then also just looking online, it does take over a year to sell commercial property, and that doesn't even include probably getting it ready to do that. So while I do think that is an option for down the line, I don't think that's something that is as easy as I'm going to put my house on the market and sell it in 30 to 60 days because the market's hot. That's not how the commercial property side works. So I think if we could just get some more information on that to help kind of clear up some misconception out there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Macias?
That's a great segue. I also am a realist. I know there might be some challenges with SEL, but we haven't even seen a recommendation from you. We haven't seen a plan. I know that in the one that Dr. Fields presented, it was at least a plan for discussion. It's almost like you've totally abandoned that idea. And of course, when it comes down to supporting students, we all know personnel support students, you know, and so I'm not surprised that programming is not being cut. It's a minimal part of our budget. Our budget's in personnel. So we're losing people, and I'm still concerned about those individuals that we may be losing, because if you do target directors and executive directors in the PEAMS category, we're already thin. And we've already experienced in this district, when we don't have depth, we have some serious issues with compliance. We have some serious issues that challenge our district, put us in a liability. So we need to continue with at least a degree of depth to ensure that we have a succession plan internally for leaders. So we're going into dangerous water, in my idea, for that. And so I'm not confident that we're ready for that. And then, of course, working in silos. I can appreciate the commentary that we are working together. But as a board member, without information prior to the board meeting, and we're being presented everything, we've not had a workshop. This should be a workshop to get board input. That's why I'm very transparent about my input and my concerns. I've not had this opportunity. This is the first time I'm looking at this stuff now. So I feel that the board's been siloed and we're not engaged, and we're the ones going to make the decision on this. So if we're going to be working as a team, we need to be in here helping you get to point A to point B and not just being presented something. So that's my frustration. And then, of course, I don't need anybody to apologize for me. I'm disappointed. I'm not disappointed in who you guys are. I'm disappointed with the recommendation of this budget. And I'm not even saying that the work you guys put in wasn't excellent. It is. But I still feel without a proposal to show the sale of property that can help alleviate part of that $14 million one-time debt, we haven't done everything. We're literally putting the backs of $35 million deficit on personnel that we will need in some degree. And that's where I'm concerned and why I'm disappointed. And I'm permitted and required to, by my community, to address where my disappointments are. And I do believe that increasing the number of students in middle schools will hurt. We'll have more cases of bullying, more cases of social emotional issues. Middle school is where we really need to be innovative. And so it's easy to look at numbers and say this makes sense from a allocation and utilization standpoint. But we're not numbers. There are real students out there that need personnel that we're going to be letting go to be there to support them. So I was more supportive of a 2-year plan for the reason that we're not just pulling the carpet out and saying, okay, we have a balanced budget, but what damage did we do by doing that? Doing things systematically, reducing half in 2 years would give us a chance to cope and adjust to ensure that the decrease isn't difficult for us to get back to. And just a short story, too. In 2011, we had to lay off a bunch of personnel, and I think 100 and something, because we had a big deficit. We ended up bringing back almost all of those folks. We only ended up losing 37 positions. But we were so aggressive that we cut more than we needed to, and it was inappropriate. That's what happens when you get too aggressive. This is not a game. These are people's lives, and we need to be very conscious about what we do. So I'm disappointed. I'm not satisfied. Again, I was clear about the not having the information prior to the board meeting. That's what led itself to where I'm at right now. And now I have to look over all of this, and then I didn't feel like I was included. I've given some input, but I've never given input until right now on what I think is important. So this is what we're going to debate. I may want action item on taking initiative to look at sale of property, because what you're presenting to us has no other options. And so as a board member, I'm permitted to make motions to include other options that I feel will benefit and support my community. And right now I have a lot of homework to do, more questions for you, but we certainly have to explore other options, and the one-year option I think is too aggressive.
Well, sir, I would definitely respect your opinion, and you have what you believe is true. I have my responsibility to this board to make my recommendation based on all the information that I know, based on my 45 years in education, based on my 13 years as a superintendent of schools. And if I had a better recommendation, it would be in front of you. But this is the best recommendation that we can put forward for Judson ISD at this time, under these circumstances, and that is how I feel as a superintendent, and I feel that I need to share that information with the board. Whatever the board decides to do at the dais, with the majority of vote, then we are at the will of the board. But my responsibility also is to bring the best proposal possible that we have from staff, and this is it. And you go down the line and ask any one of these people on the table, and they'll agree with you. We worked extremely hard on top of the other job that we have in this district to be able to get here where we are today.
Well, and I'm not debating that with you. You have my understanding and appreciation for that. But what I am concerned about is how aggressive the plan is. And it is one recommendation, but we've not talked about it until right now. Right now, we're talking about what I think would be best. I was supportive of a 2-year plan, and I hate that it's mentioned that we were never presented anything. We were provided a 2-year plan. We just never had a chance to discuss it. Ironically, because we didn't receive the data 72 hours before a meeting. It was postponed to January, and well, here we are, April 6th. So a lot of politics, a lot of hypocrisy, a lot of baloney. And so bottom line is, if you really want my input for the community I represent, I'd like to be involved in giving input on something that I will have to eventually vote on. And so I do think that there is a 2-year plan that could have been more agreeable. And right now, like I said, I still have a lot of questions about where those cuts are coming, what that 7% will represent in terms of personnel. I don't need to know names. I just need to know what the recommendations are, because if you're going to gut all of our academic trainers, I want to know if that's the target. Are librarians the target? Who is on that list of 7%, so I can know, to some of the questions that were asked by some of my colleagues, where we may be impacting students. And so it's still not clear to me. But I know that you put this out here, but 7%, right, is what you've mentioned in these areas, in these
Yes, sir.
categories?
Go back to
And so the professional support is pretty broad.
right there.
Yeah, professional support is pretty broad. So when you talk about counselors, I certainly don't want counselors cut on campuses that are in my district, but I don't have any idea of what you're talking about in terms of counselors that they're on the list. We approve this and management goes forward. But I have an opportunity as a board member to say, there are some positions I think that are critically, strategically important for our district. And we've not had the depth of conversation that I think is necessary, at least not at this moment.
All right, I think we've gone up and down twice. I guess I'll just thank you to the team for, oh my God, well over 2 hours of questions y'all have been answering so kindly for us, and all the work you put in to all of this. It's rare that I say this, but I don't know if I've ever said it, so I don't know if it's going to come out right. The math is mathing, right? I guess my common phrase is the math isn't mathing, right? And we leave things, but the math finally makes sense, all right? And it makes sense with the human connection to it. So, again, this is just a place we haven't been before, so I'm a little bit speechless on some of that. But just so appreciative of the work you're doing. And there are so many of us on the board, so many on our campuses, and so many in the community who we can't change what happened in the past. We can't change how we got here. The only thing we can change is moving forward and how we move forward, and doing that positively with words that support our staff and support our campuses and support everybody in this process, because we're all in this together. I mean, y'all got to put all the work in all day, but we're right there sitting at home cheering behind you, right? Like, I wish we could help you do more, but we can't. But this is one team moving forward positively for the sake of kids. And if there's negative forces out there that don't want to believe that, that's okay, because we're seeing the movement happening. I know you guys are seeing it on campuses, right? And it's starting to catch fire. And everyone, I remember at Dr. Gibson, right when we started, we had the systems and processes arrows, right? And this board, the arrow, you guys weren't here yet, the arrows were all facing other directions. And that's where our district was right now. And it's like grabbing a magnet, and all of a sudden, I'm watching all the arrows start to point one direction, right? There's still a couple of them all wonky, but it's way better than we were, because now people are at least going the same direction, and they're following the same person, and they're working towards the same things. And that's how greatness is going to be achieved. Just one little step at a time, but I'm so happy I'm starting to see that forward momentum. So, Dr. J, if you don't have anything else on this section, we were going to take a little recess so you can reset.
Yes,
We can take a
ma'am.
little comfort break. So if y'all can try and keep it to less than 5-ish minutes, that would be appreciated. But it's 8:39 and we are in recess. All right, the time is 8:48, and we are back from recess. Ms. Stanford will be back in just a moment, but we're going to roll on without her, and she'll catch up. So I will turn it over to you, administration, for our next agenda item, dealing with school boundaries. Go ahead. I don't know if your mic's on.
Is it on? Can you hear me now?
Oh, I guess
Okay,
it is.
I'm on. Okay. We are going to talk today a little bit about our Judson ISD boundaries and how this looks going forward for our campuses. Now that we have consolidated campuses, we do have Hudson Huff here, who is with us from Zonda. And what I can say about working with Hudson is we've been through, I guess, several iterations of what we're presenting to you tonight based on feedback from the community, based on feedback that we've received that we have seen on Facebook, based on feedback from growth and planning, based on many different areas where people have expressed concerns, even here within the district. And so I think we've gone through about 12 versions of 12, maybe more. Some of them were version 7A and 7B and you know, various versions before we are bringing to you tonight the information that we're going to share with you in terms of what the boundaries really look like. And it will be very similar to some of the things that we've discussed tonight. And as we go through, we will go through the presentation and then provide space for any questions that you may have as a board related to these. And of course, Mr. Huff is here as well to kind of explain the process, especially if you have process questions about where we have drawn specific lines and particularly how we have restructured some of our secondary campuses based on the feedback that we have heard. So let's go forward. So as you saw before, we just want to kind of tie all of these things together because it is a three-step process. We began with our campus consolidations. We've discussed now what district staffing looks like to right size for the budget. And the third component of that is our boundary lines because we do need to know where our students are, where they're going to be placed, and what that looks like going forward, not only from the standpoint of we need to be able to move to master scheduling, we need to be able to have the transition meetings with our families so that once they know where they're going to be going to school, we can begin to invite them into those schools. We can have those conversations and make those associations appropriate to reach our 55.8 miles of excellence as the third component of our budget right sizing. So as we saw in the last presentation, when we were talking about the budget, as the cabinet, and I know I'm presenting most of this information, but this was a collaborative effort amongst all of us as we went through this process. And we had many discussions about what this looks like and where we should be drawing the lines. In fact, many of the changes, we would take notes and those would go back to Mr. Huff and he would, you know, restructure numbers in several different ways. But as we went through the process, we really sat down and we sat down with Dr. Gibson as well and talked about what our guiding principles were going to be. What were the, you know, in the same way that you just discussed in the last presentation about, you know, let's have some budget parameters that we're going to follow in terms of creating the budget. We really wanted to have some guiding principles to help us design the boundary lines so that it worked best for the district. So obviously, when we talked about campus consolidations, we were looking at wanting to get our capacities between 70% and 85%. That's kind of the sweet spot where, you know, we know operationally we're using the majority of the campus and we're able to then utilize that more effectively. I know Dr. Saunders spoke several times today about talking about, you know, we would have a campus with 13 students in a classroom and a teacher across the street in another campus that had 29 in a classroom. So utilizing those capacities so that we can consolidate those areas so that we can better service our kids and utilize our staffing in a better way. We wanted to look at equitable distribution of our students across all campuses. I know we've talked about that as well. We have had many situations in the past where we've had campuses that had very low enrollment numbers and then a campus that had very high enrollment numbers. One example of that would be if you look at Masters Elementary, we were at a 98% capacity level this past year based on the number of students that were there. But yet if you went to the neighboring campus next door, Candlewood was only being utilized at about a 50% utilization. So we wanted to look at that. Is there a way that we can redistribute our students through this process so that we can better distribute and utilize our campuses and provide better services to our students? We also wanted to ensure capacity for our special programs at all campuses so that we can enhance the special programs that we have and utilize students to increase our the benefit that our families have from those programs. The fourth thing really had to do with a logical feeder pattern that allowed for flexibility with school of choice. Our community has been very vocal about school of choice and their desire for us to maintain school of choice. And also that includes not only our students that live here in the district, but also our students that come from us from other areas of the city. We have many families who have been out-of-district families with us for many, many years. And, you know, that's some of their questions. Can we remain? We are dedicated to Judson. And the same thing with our school of choice. So by creating these logical feeder patterns, we still have the flexibility based on our capacities as we evenly and equitably distributed our students across that to be able to allow for that school of choice flexibility. And we'll talk more about that as we go forward in the presentation. We also wanted to look at minimizing our transportation times to the fullest extent possible. We certainly wanted to look at how long a student would have to be on a bus from point A to point B, and we'll address that in some of the boundary lines that we have drawn here as well. We also want to make sure that as we do this, we have extensive communication after the rezoning is completed. So that's a guiding principle that as we went through this, we really wanted to be able to articulate amongst ourselves why the decisions were made and what this looks like for families, so that once the rezoning is identified and voted on, we have a good communication plan because we all understand the reasons behind the decisions that were made so that we can work with our families to make that transition. We also wanted to sustain our existing special programs. So I know one of the concerns with the consolidations of the campuses is some of these campuses had programs that maybe the campus that we potentially thought would be a feeder campus might not have that program. So we wanted to ensure that as we did this, we would have space to be able to sustain those programs and to be able to shift those programs to those other campuses. And finally, we wanted the ability to expand our special programs and opportunities where possible. An example of that would be the redistribution of students to, say, Candlewood Elementary, to expand the offering, being that it is an innovative site and it is a STEM program, and to be able to draw students into that boundary line for that purpose. A secondary example of that would be as we look at our JSTEM program. Do we have the ability to increase the numbers of students that we can offer to be able to attend our JSTEM program? So those are all considerations that as we went through the rezoning, we wanted to look at, are we able to move students to our campuses, but yet still allow for some of these things to continue. And actually our goal is to make sure that we have all of these things within our plan. So first, let's look at our feeder patterns here. And it's a very colorful chart, and it's a colorful chart for a reason. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time here talking about what this looks like. So we have gone from 6 middle schools down to 5 middle schools. And I know some of the feedback, there was concern about the numbers of students that we would have at our high schools, and would that change drastically? So as we began to look at this, we began to look at how our feeder patterns were going to look in terms of a logical feeder pattern, where students are now, where students would be going later. But we also were very mindful that we wanted to maintain our current levels of students at our high schools. So Veterans Memorial High School is right around 1,500 students. It's a little bit north of that, but right around 1,500. Judson High School is right around 2,300, and Wagner is right around 2,200. So we wanted to make sure that as we looked at this going forward, and we looked at it over a 10-year plan, that those numbers we could maintain based on the feeder patterns that we were developing. And there have been changes made to this. I know the growth and planning, some of the conversations where there were some concerns about maybe only one campus feeding into a particular high school, or how elementary campuses were feeding into the middle schools and what that would do to enrollment. So I want to talk about, so everything, obviously our high schools are our high schools, and we've addressed that we have really worked to maintain those numbers at those areas. For our middle schools, those are our feeder middle schools. So you can see that Wagner High School would be fed by Kirby and by Metzger, and Judson High School would be fed by Woodlake Hills and Kitty Hawk. Kitty Hawk would also, a portion of Kitty Hawk would also feed into Veterans Memorial based on address, and then Cibolo Creek would continue to feed in Veterans Memorial. So as we get into the maps and we get into the numbers, we'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like.
Could you repeat the high school numbers just real quick?
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat the high school?
I'll share.
Okay,
thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
So, and we do have a slide to be able to look at those high school numbers, and we're going to talk about those specifically. So the campuses that are in the lighter green color, that are the same color as the middle schools, Those elementary campuses feed directly into those middle schools, and the entire campus goes to that middle school and then to that high school. The yellow ones are significant because the yellow elementary campuses, those elementary campuses are split at the middle school level. So there is, based on address, there is a portion of Elof Elementary that would feed into Metzger Middle School. And then obviously Metzger then feeds into Karen Wagner. And then there is another section based on address of Elof that would feed into Woodlake Hills College Prep. And that is based on address. So when we talk about some things, in terms of transportation, we talk about student numbers, and those are some of the considerations when we talk about our guiding principles that we looked at. Copperfield is another example of that. So Copperfield, based on address, there is a portion of the addresses for students that go to Copperfield that would go to Kitty Hawk Middle School, and a portion of Copperfield that would go to Woodlake Hills Prep, and that's based on address, and so we'll be able to look at that. Crestview is the same thing. There is a portion of students that reside in the Crestview boundary zone, the revised one, that would go to Kitty Hawk Middle School. And then there is a portion that would go to Cibolo Creek. But all of those elementaries would then go to the corresponding high school. Salinas Elementary is green, and the reason that Salinas is green is that Salinas, the current campus, every elementary student at Salinas would feed into Kitty Hawk Middle School. Based on address, though, they would then shift to a different high school depending on their address. So the yellow ones, the only change for them is that a portion of them will go to a middle school, but then they feed directly into that high school. So the Salinas students, all of them go to the same middle school that they currently go to and are currently assigned to. However, it will have somewhat of a split based on address in terms of the high school. So that's why the different colors there, to just kind of signify what is a middle school change versus what is a high school change there for those students. So now we want to talk about our elementary capacity analysis. So this is based on, there's two things. So we have our max capacity, which is if we filled 100% of our classrooms at the campus. That's the maximum number of students that campus could house at 100%. And our goal, if you'll remember, is to be between 70 and 85. And so you can see our current enrollment, and by redistributing our students amongst this, you can see the projected enrollment. Now, I do want to focus on, we do have a demographic plan, and we are able to do enrollment in two different ways. So we are able to do enrollment conceptually, where we take who's currently enrolled in that campus, and then we just roll those numbers over and say that's how many students are going to be there. But then there is also the conceptual plan that typically when we project numbers, that is based on, it takes our existing enrollment numbers into account, and then it applies kind of the cohort historical averages, any new housing developments, anything within that attendance zone, program implementation, and then any student transfer information. And so what we've done here is we've utilized that based on the projected enrollment. Okay, so that's projected enrollment for 26-27. We have more students. If we were just to roll over who's currently in our schools, those numbers would jump up. But we're going to, as we said, we're going to be conservative in how we're doing this, and potentially we may have more or less, because school of choice is still a thing here. Okay, so people can certainly request to go to different campuses, so these aren't necessarily set in stone. But it does give us a good idea, worst case scenario, not every student comes back next year, worst case scenario, what our projected capacities look like compared to what we are at the current time. I do want to point out, Wortham Oaks is the one campus you see it go up slightly. Wortham Oaks goes up slightly based on the conceptual plan of what we anticipate based on housing developments, because the Wortham Oaks boundary line does not change at all on this plan. Okay, so any change in student enrollment at Wortham Oaks is literally based on what we would anticipate for that particular area. So there is no boundary change for that particular campus. All of the other campuses, we have either a boundary change or we have moved students in there from another location to increase capacity. So as we said, our guiding principle here was we wanted to be between 70 and 85% capacity. And you can see that we have increased capacities in many areas. In masters, we actually decreased the capacity there in order to move students into another elementary Elementary campus to help with the capacity to bring them down from 98% down to an 81, much more manageable. So we are able to better utilize, and we have all of our campuses up above and closer to the 60% mark, which does allow us to have better utilization. But you can see we also have great capacity there to increase our programs, to enhance our programs, and to Ms. Stanford's point, be able to promote what we can do at each one of these sites, and to increase what we are able to do in those areas, and still offer school of choice for all of our campuses. And so that gives us that ability for that capacity component. So let's look at what so on the screen there that you have, as I look at if you're looking at the screen or you're looking up there, on the right is the existing elementary boundary lines, and on the left is the proposed new boundary lines. So I just want to point out a couple of things here. As I said before, Wortham Oaks doesn't change at all. And these are just elementary. So we're going to look at the middle school boundaries separate and the high school boundaries separate as well. So as you can see, Wortham Oaks doesn't change. So you can see the current Rolling Meadows as we look at the boundary line here. The current Rolling Meadows boundary line kind of came around the Selma boundary line and came right down here and just kind of made like a backwards L shape. And encompassed a little bit of, there's an apartment complex that resides kind of right here in this particular area that used to go to Rolling Meadows. The majority of Rolling Meadows, including this little sliver that is yellow, will now become part of Selma, so you can see that. This little section just on the other side of I-35, that was part of Rolling Meadows, we have actually brought down into Crestview. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I know one of the concerns that has been raised that we heard in many cases was, we've changed the Crestview, and we're sending all these students to Selma, and there's no space for growth at Selma, but yet this is going to reduce Crestview, and is Crestview going to be the next campus to have to close? So we really wanted to kind of address those numbers because we have enough capacity, and it makes sense in terms of a transportation component as well as where the campus is located, because there was a section here across 35, right, that we are pulling down here into Crestview that was actually designated to be part of Olympia. However, that would mean that based on that, you would need to almost cross 1604 and 35 to do that. So it made better sense to incorporate that into Crestview. And so there's those particular boundaries. You can see the change here. You can see where the Crestview boundary existed before, which was this little section right here, and where the Crestview boundary now resides within the district. A couple of other pieces to point out. Our Boysville group over here, that it was inside the Copperfield area, that particular campus used to go to Ed Franz, or the Boysville students used to go to Ed Franz, and those would be incorporated as part of Converse Elementary. So those students would be taken and bused over to Converse Elementary within this particular plan for this. You can also see how we have pulled in the Park Village area to be part of Pashal and also Hartman, so some of that has been pulled into that area. You can also see the slight change down here of Masters in order to pull in some additional space here for Candlewood to move some of those students to alleviate that particular boundary. And then, our other campuses down here on the south end. So in terms of logical feeder patterns, our district is not exactly square. In fact, it is a giant J, for lack of a better word, and if history proves right, that's how we ended up with the Diamond J from Judson High School, was originally based on the shape of our district. So in terms of trying to create logical feeder patterns that are equitable across, some of the things that we looked at is what makes sense, in terms of trying to equally distribute the neighborhoods, the students, while still maintaining with those capacities. And so based on this and based on the feedback that we received on some of those concerns about, is this campus going to be too small? Is this campus going to be too large? Where are these students going? This is the final iteration that we are bringing forward to take a look at in terms of how those numbers roll out. And this includes everything from transportation down to our special programs. And are we able to shift those and make accommodations for that? And where's my mouse? There it is. So now we will move into our middle school capacities. So our middle schools were built, and you can see what our max capacities are and where our numbers have been for our current enrollment numbers at each one of these campuses. Again, we used projected enrollment here for our middle schools, and this is based on, shifting the boundaries and those new feeder patterns. And we were able to bring up, so all of our, one of our guiding principles, again, was to be between 70 and 85%. And we've been able to do that in almost every case, with the exception of Kirby, STEM, and Kitty Hawk. I do want to point out that but you also have to look at where we started from. And so as we looked at Kirby STEM, we have redesigned the boundary for this, which does actually increase by a 10% jump, which is a big jump to be able to increase your numbers of students that feed into that campus by 10%. Kitty Hawk and JSTEM numbers, those are combined. So the 1151 would be based on a JSTEM and a Kitty Hawk based on students that are moving there from those elementary campuses, which would move us to a campus utilization from 49% to 65%. But even at 65%, I know one of the things we talked about was our ability to increase the numbers of students that may be able to go to JSTEM. With these types of staffing ratios and with these types of student ratios at these campuses, that would allow us that flexibility to do that. So you could increase the numbers of students that we have in our JSTEM program, and that would increase the capacity, and it would still be well under the 85% goal that we would be looking at there. And you can see the largest jump that we have there is for Woodlake Hills College Prep, which would go from a 57% utilization to a 79% utilization from that. And that is because the majority of the students that are coming from the Judson Middle School will be feeding into Woodlake Hills just based on address. We looked at the transportation times and all of the other components for that particular feeder campus and where those students would go. So now we can take a look at our maps here, and you can see. So as with the prior map, and if I read any of this wrong, Mr. Huff, please let me know. But it's my understanding that the Cibolo Creek Middle School zoned area does not change. So the boundaries that are around Cibolo Creek are the same as they exist now. So that one does not change at all. Where our change actually occurs, you can see the former Kitty Hawk boundary was just this little green area right through here that was the Kitty Hawk boundary originally. The Kitty Hawk boundary is going to expand and incorporate what we have here for Miller's Point and also Salinas that will feed into Kitty Hawk. You may remember that last year we did a shift and moved because Miller's Point used to feed into Kitty Hawk. And last year, when we opened Cibolo Creek, we did the shift to move Miller's Point to Judson Middle School. So that particular area is going back to Kitty Hawk with this particular move. So you can see the red area here would now be the Kitty Hawk zone. And the Judson Middle School zone is this little area that goes around Miller's Point and back down. It's kind of an oddly shaped zone here because it went right around Kitty Hawk and incorporated Miller's Point. So these sections, as you can see, the largest portion of Judson Middle School in this particular area over here that is kind of this brown color will now become part of Woodlake Hills. So Judson Middle School has been separated by what was Miller's Point to go to Kitty Hawk and what was Salinas to go to Kitty Hawk, and then Woodlake Hills, the other students from Judson Middle School would then go to Woodlake Hills on this side. Now, Woodlake Hills used to dip all the way down here, and you can see this purple area down here. All of this purple area here used to be Woodlake Hills. And so that would be moved back to Kirby. There was a portion of Park Village that was right in this area that used to feed into Kirby, and now will be going back to Kirby based on that shift there. And so you can see how the Woodlake Hills, we've reduced it here. It did still go up because we encompassed this area from Judson Middle being the closest. Our Metzger zone stays pretty much the exact same as it was prior to, and our Kirby Middle School increases based on the Woodlake Hills portions that we see here. On our high school capacities, and Ms. Stanford, I think this is the slide that you were wanting more information on. So I included an extra column here for everyone just based on our high schools. And what we did is I just pulled enrollment from March 30th just to kind of show where we're at currently based on what is projected for next year for our campuses. So as we redrew the boundaries, we wanted to look at the conceptual plan. We wanted to see where our students would go. And again, we wanted to make sure that we maintained our student numbers at our secondary campuses. That was very clear from every meeting that we have and other feedback that came through. So as you can see at Snapshot, Judson High School was sitting at 2,398 students. As of March 30th, they have lost 96 students, so they are at 2,302. Based on projections for next year, which is the conceptual factors that we talked about, housing developments, cohort groups and everything, we are projecting about 2,377 students to attend Judson High School based on the change in our boundary lines. You can see our current capacity is at 92% just based on our snapshot enrollment, and then our projected capacity would stay about the same. So we're not really making a shift there. Veterans Memorial at snapshot was at 1,595 as of March 30th. They as well have lost some students, and they're down to 1,532 as of March 30th. The projected enrollment next year for that campus is 1,523, very close to where we are right now. It could go in a sweet spot there. That does put the campus capacity at 65%, but that 65% is based on the snapshot numbers of 1,595. Based on the projection, that does drop it down just a little bit, but we're about, we're only about 10 or 12 students. We're actually a little less than that. Difference between current enrollment and what is projected. So we are really sitting right now at about a 62% utilization of the campus as it stands. Wagner High School, again, started out this year at 2,247. They are now down to 2,140, and we have a projected enrollment there of 2,158, which would put that campus at an 87% utilization as opposed to the 91%. They are currently right around an 86 to 87% utilization based on capacity, based on those numbers as well. I know one of the concerns was whether or not we were feeding enough students into Veterans Memorial in order to ensure we maintain our UIL status. The cutoff number to drop to a 4A would be about 1,305, 1,305 students. So we are well above that number by maintaining this. In terms of looking
Dr.
at...
Gosh, if I may, just a little heads up, their UIL has announced, and I know we just did it, so this is all 2 years away, but that for the first time in the past, I think, 30 years, about 60% of the high schools gave smaller numbers than the 2 years before. So just a little asterisk by anything with UIL, they're going to have to move. Yeah, they're going to have to correct. And so, but all you can do on any given day is do your projection based on the information you have right now. But they've already officially at a meeting said we'll probably have to slide or make our categories bigger or something like that. Just FYI.
So based on, and yes, that is absolutely correct. We're just trying to keep both where we are for now. So just, because everybody's kind of wondering, what is that magic number where we drop down? And we are well within that right now. What UIL decides to do next year or the year after, that will be up
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Interpretation. What I can say based on the enrollment projections is that as we look at our elementary enrollment across between 2026 and 2032, we stay relatively even. We lose 20, we gain 20. We lose 20, we gain 20. So we're not seeing a lot of fluctuation. We see, just based on projections, a slight dip in overall numbers of or a slight increase in overall elementary students somewhere around 2032. In our middle school categories, as we look across the 10 years, we're staying relatively stagnant. We're staying right around 4,800 to 5,000 students between now and 2032. And actually, if you go all the way out to 2036, we're currently at 4,800. We're projecting 4,800 next year. If you go all the way out to 2036, we're projecting somewhere around 4,900 middle school students. So we're staying relatively stable across all the years, just based on doing, forecasting for that. And our high schools are very much the same. It fluctuates just a little bit from year to year. We're in the 65, upper 65 range projected for next year, drops down a little bit over the course of the next 2 years, but still stays in the 6,500 range across all of our high schools, with a slight increase somewhere around 2030, 2031, just based on cohort and other projections that are there. So in terms of our enrollment and based on our capacities, and looking at what we have going forward in the future, utilizing our campuses in this way, we don't see, because this is one of the concerns. We've done all this based on the capacities. Do we foresee, needing to build another school? Based on what we're seeing here, no. Do we foresee a need to close one of our campuses based on what we're seeing here? And the answer to that is no. So I only speak to the future projections of that just to say the capacities that you're seeing here, we've maintained the flexibility. And, our enrollment numbers currently, the 2302 at Judson High School and Veterans Memorial and also at Wagner, those include all of our school of choice students. And we have our students who choose different programs and choose to go to our different high schools. So don't be concerned about our high school capacities there being over the 85. We have been operating there at those campuses in that manner for many years. And some of that is due to our programs and students that move around. And we still have those options, and we still have the ability to be able to house those students. So as we look at our maps for our high schools, here is, and this is where we're going to get a little bit technical. So you can see that the Veterans Memorial, as we adjust these, there is a section that you will see that currently in the blue into the little red area that currently feeds to Veterans Memorial. There's some neighborhoods right there that currently feed to Veteran Memorial. That particular section would feed into Judson High School. And then you can also see there's a portion of what is Judson High School, or what was Judson High School, that will now feed into Wagner, which is this little J here that you saw before that used to feed into Woodlake Hills that now feeds into Kirby. So since this area here is now Kirby, it will feed into Wagner and not Judson, because before this was Woodlake Hills, now it becomes Kirby, so it feeds into Wagner. And this little section that's right here as well will now feed to Wagner. And this little red section right here will now feed into Judson to maintain those numbers. So you can see the new boundary lines. Now, I'm going to get a little bit more technical as we zoom in here. So we did want to provide a little bit of information here on those two areas. So what you're seeing up above is kind of the street lines there between what was Judson, what was Veterans Memorial that would now become Judson, just to give a little bit of a zoom in on what that looks like. And that shift was made in order to, and that's one of the reasons that you see the shift of Salinas now going to 2 different high schools, to make sure that we have students in that area that do continue to go to veterans, and then also feed into Judson High School to maintain that particular area. And then you can also see where the street lines on the picture on your left, where the street lines here that used to feed into Judson will now feed into the Wagner feeder pattern on this particular side. So those were 2 of the pinpoints. And I don't know, Mr. Huff, if you want to speak a little bit more to this particular one, because I know this is going to be somewhat of a question point.
Yeah. So good evening. I know this is a lot to take in, so happy to address some of the questions that we go through. So just want to speak specifically to how we kind of go through this process to give you some of the numbers that we're going through tonight. So what we do is take that geocode that we get in the fall from the district and put that in the map software. And so what you'll see when we're looking at those current numbers, that's your current enrollment in each one of those areas. So each one of those areas are identified as what we'll call a planning area. And so out of those planning areas are your subdivisions and all those different portions of your community that are between all of those roadways. And so we allocate those numbers so that when we start to move some of these boundary lines within those lines, that's where we start to see some numbers adjust. So you can kind of see specifically where we have that line of demarcation kind of between Veterans and Judson. And again, it just references specifically where that blue line is, references where the old elementary lines were, and kind of some of the old Judson lines were, because you did have clean feeders. And so now you can see that there is a little bit of a breakup, a little bit of a split there being proposed. Part of why we're doing that, though, is because we're trying to balance those middle school numbers as well as evaluating those high school numbers and trying to keep those numbers within ranges as much as possible.
Let's see. Okay. So we want to circle back to what the outcomes are of this. And, as we said before, as we said with the budget presentation and with the demographic presentation as well, and how we redraw, we want things to be meaningful, purposeful, and intentional in how we do this. So as we went through each one of the areas, what we just wanted to do is circle back around to say, by looking at this, we have ensured that our capacities allow for these special programs to continue at our campuses. In fact, we've allowed for capacity for those programs to increase. Two examples of that would be Candlewood Elementary, trying to increase the numbers of students that are going to that particular campus to grow that STEM program, increasing the numbers of students that are going to Kirby, because it is also a STEM program that leads directly into that. If you look at JSTEM and our ability to increase the numbers of students that are able to go there as well. We also wanted to expand our special programs and expand those in other areas, and also have meaningful communication about this rezoning process to, be able to show some of the changes that we've made. I know if you watch the growth and planning meeting compared to what we're presenting tonight, it looks very different. And so, and it looks very different for a reason, because we do want to make sure that we get the redrawing right. We redrew our boundary lines last year in order to accommodate for the middle school, and here we are again. And, in the same way as we begin to look at our staff changes, we also don't want to have to redo this again. So we definitely want to get this right and are looking for that feedback. In terms of our capacities being purposeful, we were looking at 70 to 85% to the fullest extent possible. As you can see, we didn't hit 70 to 85% in every single campus. However, we did increase the utilization of every single campus that we had, and we tried to distribute the capacities and our students across those campuses to try to keep, we're not going, it's difficult to say. I really want to say that every elementary only has 550 students in it. However, based on our capacities, that really doesn't make sense, because we didn't build all of our elementary schools to house the same numbers of students. However, we can more equitably distribute our students across the available classrooms that we do have on those campuses to fill the 11,000 seats that we have, instead of leaving those seats vacant. We also looked at, and in doing so, that addresses our equitable distribution of our students across those campuses and sustains our existing special programs. So through this, there's not any of our special programs that are being diminished or removed or taken off of these sites. So we've been able to do that with these shifts. We do feel like that we have put together some logical feeder patterns that still allow for that flexibility of school of choice. I know some of the concerns are going to be, my elementary, I want to go to the middle school where all of my elementary friends are. That's great. We have school of choice to allow for that. If you would like to go to the middle school that you're zoned for, you can go to the middle school that you're zoned for. If you would like to go to the middle school that some of your other colleagues from the elementary are going to, we can absolutely do that. And we see that happen in many cases. And I'm just kind of pointing back to where we have split some of those elementaries. And we tried to limit that as much as possible. And I know just historically, I know Mr. Brooks was stating earlier, Elof used to feed partially into Woodlake Hills and also to Metzger, I believe. And so we have split our elementary campuses in the past. And so, based on those addresses, and looking at those transportation and minimizing that for our families, those were the intentional pieces. Those were the two big pieces. We heard transportation and logical feeder patterns because we want school of choice. And we have accommodated for that. So we are going to be able to offer that to all of our families going forward. Is there anything, Mr. Huff, you would like to add before we go to questions?
Do you mind going back one slide? And trustees, just, this was kind of fun for me, but those are three constructs there: meaningful, purposeful, and intentional. But those are the guiding principles that were used, just sorted in those three buckets. And the very first boundary rezoning, just trying to get started, and you may remember this, and I was like, well, just throw a map up there and y'all start talking. So that was me. So the map goes up, and they just start, can't do that, can't. Yeah, okay. And I just start listening, and those became the guiding principles. Because if you can't do it, why can't you do it? Right. Okay, explain why you can't do it. Then does everyone agree with that? Oh, I didn't think about that. Boom, guiding principle number one. So the first little tussle and argument became these guiding principles, and they weren't, I wouldn't say they emerged perfectly, but we worked together to craft them so that it was doable for the whole team. Is that fair to say, Dr. J? Is that the way you remember it? So it was a lot of fun watching it happen. It was fun for me.
Yes, I would just say throughout the last month and a half to 2 months, we've gone through considerable feedback and a number of different proposals to try to align things as closely as possible to the existing feeder patterns. The challenge is as you do consolidation, it does require that you reevaluate some of those feeders, and so that's what we've tried to do. But all along in that evaluation process, we tried to align it to those guiding principles.
And I think the one thing that I would add, and because we do hear it, quite a bit, as we increase the numbers of students on that campus, please remember that we currently have buildings, and I'll use Woodlake Hills College Prep as an example. And we're saying Woodlake Hills College Prep because we're talking about next year, which it will no longer be Woodlake Hills Middle School. So it will just be Woodlake Hills College Prep as we go into next year. But currently there are vacant classrooms on every single floor and every single hallway on that campus. And so as we talk about those spaces, one of the things that, we talked about today as we went through the presentation is, even though we are moving students to that campus, we have many vacant classrooms currently that those students can go into, and it doesn't require, we can still create those student to teacher ratios that make sense for middle school students. We've talked about the staffing and the way that we can staff those classrooms in order to make that a reality. So people sometimes confuse capacity with, that just means we're going to stuff as many kids as we can into a classroom. So I want to just make sure that that is understood, that we are using those student-to-teacher ratios as we begin to place these. So those max capacities have to do with classrooms that we know we have not been using. And so that's, part of us being intentional in how we're moving students around and making sure we're utilizing those spaces. So I guess we are to questions.
All right, I'm going to start with my left this time. I'm only going to go once, unless you flag me down for a rebuttal question later. And I will call on you a second time if I need to.
Ms.
So,
Ryan, could we interrupt for just 1 second?
Yes, of course.
Before we get to the questions, DT and I want to add a piece when we're talking about meaningful, purposeful, and intentional. We mentioned to you guys previously that we're engaging with Region 20 in a landscape analysis. The purpose of that is to go back to what DT was saying earlier in the budget conversation, to take these silos of success that we have at campuses and turn it into a system of excellence. So basically what this is visiting campuses within feeder patterns and identifying instructional trends, things that are happening really well at specific campuses, to see if we can't broaden that across all campuses in Judson ISD. Another thing that we're incredibly intentional about is this handoff of kids from a consolidated campus to now their new receiving campus, to make sure that we're addressing not only their academic needs and concerns, but that social emotional piece as well, just to make sure that the handoff is incredibly smooth and well orchestrated.
And I will say with Region 20, they are working with the free 99 concept with us with this. And so we're really excited about it, but they're not only just looking at campus observations, but they're also looking at every aspect, CCMR, how we have these programs, which innovative programs we have on, and what are we doing about to attract more students to that. So we're really looking forward to that analysis and that report to go along with the boundary changes and all of that to start planning for next year and the year after that.
All right, Mr. Macias.
Yes, I'm happy to see this. I've been getting calls about where their kiddos are going to be going to school, so this is very good. I'm eager to get it approved. It looks like you did a lot of work to balance student populations. But most importantly, you stressed the fact that we're still going to have opportunities for students to attend schools where they would like to go based on based on the need of the academics or their academic needs. So I think that really presents this well so that we can move forward. So I have no questions.
Mrs. Jones? No. Mrs. Lee? Mrs. Poteet?
Oh, I'm good.
Ms. Stanford?
Yep.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yep. My number one question is, are we going to need more buses? And do we have an idea of how many buses we'll need? And the cost, of course, of that. And drivers. So I'm interested in the impact on transportation. How's that looking?
So, yes, we're going to need more buses. I have spoken with Mr. Stewart, the Director of Transportation, and based on the number of routes that we're going to have to create since we consolidated the 4 schools, that's going to require additional routes to be created, which means we will need more buses. Approximately 8 to 10 buses is what we're looking at right now, at a approximate cost of anywhere between $140 to $165K per bus. So let's go with the high end of 10 buses at about $1.65 million. And we would be bringing a board item to the board for unallocated interest from bond. So monies would not be coming out of the fund balance to purchase those buses.
And Mr. Brooks, I believe you stated that some of those buses are to replace older buses. They're not all, that we do need some new ones, but some of those are to replace some buses that just need to be replaced.
Correct.
That we currently have in our fleet that just need to be.
So they're the ones that are currently in rotation, riding routes now, we would be replacing a couple of those buses, but then also creating additional routes that would put new buses on those new routes.
So some needed to be replaced anyway.
Absolutely.
So what's the number of new buses?
10.
10 new?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I mean,
She's just talking about the.
How many new on routes
Oh,
versus
new routes.
not?
I don't have the
I'm
exact
sorry,
number, but we're
buses?
looking at about eight new routes that
new
they're going to have
routes.
to create.
So that means
yes.
2 buses are being replaced.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But that's an ongoing thing, but for now, yes.
Sure, like
Yes.
chillers, right?
Exactly.
So drivers, how are we doing?
We always need drivers. You know somebody?
I don't. And I never wanted to drive a bus.
We always need drivers. Bus drivers, if you look across the district, across the city, across the state, bus drivers, we're always at a shortage. And so we're at a shortage right now. We have vacancies right now for bus drivers. So yes, we're going to need bus drivers. So what we're doing to kind of, I guess, mitigate that is the bus drive. We do a tiered bus routing, and what that means is, say for instance, at a middle school, a bus would come at 3:30, at 3:30, pick up a group of kids, take them home, come back, pick up a second group of kids, take them home, and then go on to high school to do their regular routes for high school. Many of our buses are doing those tiered routes until we find additional bus drivers to then reduce the number of tiered routes that we would have to do.
And I would assume the more tiers, the more possibility for delays.
Yes.
And
kids,
issues.
if you are a student that rides a bus on the second tier, you're getting home a little later than normal. Yes.
Right.
Due to the shortage of bus drivers.
And do we have a sense of the length of the routes?
Not right now, ma'am. No, those routes have to be created since we haven't done the actual, once you guys approve that we're going to be able to do the new boundaries, they'll get started literally tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow.
Yeah.
Whenever y'all, hopefully next week.
Right.
Hopefully.
Well, I mean, it looks,
Hint, hint.
just looking at the maps, they look more compact. They look
Cleaner,
cleaner.
yes.
like they're close together. Some of it looks more sensible than it was.
Mr. Stewart is going to do his very best to make sure that bus rides are not long bus rides for our students.
Do we have a goal for like the max? Like, we don't want a bus ride to be longer than?
I couldn't give you a number. I mean, if I'm a parent, I don't want my kid on the bus
As low as possible.
longer than 30 minutes at, max. I mean, most of our kids, as far as buses, it's probably about 4 to 6 miles, somewhere around in there, as far as the distance from their homes to their schools. But you got to take into, especially on the north side, you got to take into account the 35 traffic, the 1604 traffic, the person that's late to work, and so we had an accident and all of that stuff. So you can't really, I can't sit here and give you an exact time.
Not exact, but
you know what I
do
mean?
we have a
No,
goal?
not right now. We'll work on it, but we don't have one right now.
We're going to have one though, right?
Oh, yes.
We're aiming at like not more than 30 minutes or not more than,
I would love for it to be no longer than 30 minutes, but again, Mr. Stewart, our Director of Transportation, is the expert on that, and so I will be working with him and say, hey, look, how short can we make these bus routes?
yeah, because
So
even that's kind of long.
Ms. Stanford, I think that as we go forward, once it's approved that we feel comfortable with this, there's additional work that has to be done. Once we look at the feeder patterns and, it looks like we're evenly distributed and so on, Zonda will do additional work, which will then incorporate the exact streets and the numbers, the housing numbers on each street and where that goes. And then once that we have that information, Mr. Stewart will then have the additional information that he needs to be able to truly draw the routes. Because right now, he's basing it on a conceptual plan, in the same way that this is the concept. So once we have the finalized lines and we have those streets, then we can begin the process of, registration and scheduling, and they can begin to build those routes. And at that point, they should be able to provide a better answer in terms of how long those bus routes are. So just to kind of give you an example, one of the conversations that we had in terms of bus routes had to do with some of the Crestview students that we were originally to go all the way up to Cibolo Creek. But when we looked at that, we were like, well, but Kitty Hawk is 1.4 miles away from their house. And so we want them to go all the way up to Cibolo, which I believe was, I can't remember the exact number of miles, but it was like 8 or 9 miles, which would be a considerable bus ride
Yeah.
up 1604 when Kitty Hawk is just right there. So that was one of the things we're like, okay, how can we move those students to Crestview so that they're not driving, because that was people's concern about, were the Moak students going all the way down to Kitty Hawk and vice versa. And so I think once we have those streets and we have all of that information, we can get a better estimate to you in terms of what those bus routes look like and what that target goal would be.
And I know it's a puzzle that you're having to put together, and it's very tedious, but I appreciate what you're trying to keep in mind for the kids' safety and comfort. And then my other question kind of goes to what you shared, Dr. Saunders, and that's how are we going to monitor the middle school impact on performance and behavior and social, emotional impact of the changes that we just made?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly. The Judson Middle School students that are being placed at other campuses, all middle school students in general?
The ones that are having to move.
Sure. So it's going to be emotional any way we slice it. The reality is, I think this conversation has been happening for so long, especially with Judson Middle. So remember Judson Middle, that's been a conversation for a while now. One of the things that we talked about at Growth and Planning, and I believe Ms. Lee and I are going to connect on this as well, is what is a way for us to honor the legacy of the school that's being consolidated, and then also create a pathway for these students at their receiving school to be welcomed and to have an opportunity to feel like they have been a part of the community the entire time. So there's lots of ideas that have been out there. I think the one that feels the most comfortable for me if I were a kid or if I were a middle school parent is this idea about an open house at the end of the school year. So I'm a Judson Middle School student who is a current sixth grader, and my seventh grade year, I'm now going to be at Kitty Hawk. So then what we're looking at is like an end-of-the-year open house for those students that will now be going to a new campus, so that I'm not spending the entire summer wondering, what does my school look like? Am I going to be able to take a tour? Where's my hallway? Is there an opportunity for me to meet the principal? Will I meet a teacher? So the idea is about creating these pockets at these receiving campuses, because remember, we have to do this with 3 elementaries as well. Just making sure that these students go into summer break feeling like, okay, I've already got a foothold in what this school community feels like, and then just kind of work those opportunities in as we move forward. I think one of the things, Ms. Palmer and I talked about this last week or the week before, is also having counselors as we start the school year, just be aware, have eyes and ears open for these kids that may be experiencing some transition issues. The transition from 5th grade to 6th grade is already hard. What's easy for those guys is they're not used to a school, right? Their middle school is new to them anyway. So I think if we kind of take that same mentality of how difficult that transition is from 5th to 6th and apply it to all of our kids that are going to a new campus, I think we'll have a really good handle on what that looks and feels like. The key is closing these campuses down with respect and dignity and honoring their legacy, and then also making sure the receiving campus is open and ready to go to receive these kids, not only academically, because we have to address that as well, but social emotionally.
Yeah. And to Mr. Macias's concern about the middle school now enlarging, the environment is, we've lost one, so the environment is increasing in size. Are we going to try to monitor the academic impact?
Absolutely, 100%. Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Well, I think we're going right back to the size we were 1 year ago, even bigger we were, before Cibolo Creek opened. I mean, 1,400 plus kids at Kitty Hawk, right? Like that's,
True.
It's not new. And I guess that kind of plays in on this very high level of concern for the kids that are moving, and I have that. But I also have equal concerns for our 30% mobility rate in this district. There are babies all the way up to the age of 17 and a half and 18 that walk onto a campus for the first time every day. And they leave their friends from wherever they're coming from, or no school or anything, right? And so it's not just about this one traumatic time. It's a traumatic day every day in Judson for these kids. Whether it's Boysville, military, whatever, got kicked out of our apartment, evicted. Like, our kids are going through trauma every single day. So it's not about having something in place once.
Correct.
This is, what are the systems and processes to take care of every kid who walks on every campus every day, and celebrating the kids who leave. Because that's hard on the kids who leave too, right? You've been with this kid for 4 years, and all of a sudden, they're just not there the next day, right? And where's my best friend? And I don't have anybody to sit at recess. And we see this at JSTEM too every year, right? You got kids coming from 20 different campuses, and some of those kids come with friends, some of them don't. And you're the only kid from your school, or the only kid of your gender. You may be the only girl who came from where the Mokes, right? And you're in a big school with 800 kids, and you don't know anybody. And so doing that and supporting every single one of our kids every single day. Let's not make it like this is the one thing. Oh, good, we're done, yay. We supported the transition of one time. We have to support this all the time, and we have great counselors. And so, again, my kids have transitioned a bazillion times, so.
I'd like to also address that because I think it's real important. This is a different year for Judson than ever before, and we really could call this a transition year. And so, Ms. Stanford and Ms. Ryan, you're always absolutely on target when we're talking about how do we support our students, but we also have to support our staff during this time because it's a transition. We have staff coming from our consolidated campuses. We have staff coming that are going to be transferred maybe from one campus to another. And so as we celebrate the transition piece of how important inclusion is across our district, we work with our leadership teams to make sure not only are we working with our students and families, but also with our adults that work in our district too. So it's a wonderful opportunity to build that culture even more. I know how it feels to be somebody new in a place. We know how it feels for a student to be new. We know how it feels for an adult to be new. So let's take advantage of this opportunity and really build upon it.
I'm sorry, Ms. Danner, back down to you. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Tagged on to you. No, I didn't, sorry. I want to be on that
No,
same
but-
vein.
Yeah, but that's all I had, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Stanford, I would add one thing, because I think this would relate to your concern about the transitions for many folks. We're moving that one section that used to go to Veterans Memorial that will now go to Judson. We will look at grandfathering some of those folks. If you have a senior that has gone to Veterans Memorial for the last 4 years and now their high school is going to be Judson High School, we will honor that and make sure that if they want to continue to go to that school, we will do some of that for those 8th graders. This is their final year in their middle school or their final year at their high school. So we will be, I didn't mention that earlier, but in your question and asking about how we're supporting that, that's one of the other things that we'll be able to do through this process.
And what about transportation on that?
Actually,
to work on that.
it works, that
Yeah.
works, unfortunately, it works that way as a school of choice. And so when we did the boundary lines last year, the same thing happened. We had some Wagner seniors that were rerouted to Judson, and it becomes school of choice. So they do have to provide their own transportation to do that, but we try to work with the families as best we can to make sure that we can accommodate that so they can graduate from their high school.
Or we could possibly look at letting them jump on the CTE bus. I don't know how full the CTE bus is, that's what I'm saying. So, all right, anyway. Just a good idea, Ferry out there, might be a bad idea.
No.
Look at Dan's face. Somebody take a picture of Dan's face. You can just disregard that.
It's not a
Dan
bad
just told me
idea,
everything.
it's a funding idea,
Yeah.
okay?
Okay. I wasn't sure if those buses were rolling with only 12 kids on it anyway. If they're already rolling full, I have no idea how many kids ride a CT bus, so I'm going to let that idea go, so. Okay, Ms. Canoyer.
I don't have any question besides, can we get these digitally, please? I want to be able to zoom in on these maps my old eyes cannot do, teeny tiny.
Yes.
And I want to make sure that I'm able to respond to my constituents about the actual outlines, with the caution that I understand that it's not finalized yet, but these are generalities.
We'll be sharing all of these with you digitally after the meeting, and we'll actually post it to the board book so that other families that want to see it can pull it down and view it as well.
One other quick question. Are they going to be like high-res copies of the maps, or is it going to be kind of just what it is?
These are the only copies of the maps that we currently have. I don't know if you want to address the.
Yeah, yes, we can provide higher resolution maps so that you can see the streets and be able to understand where those lines are a little bit better. So yes, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
I just won't have that tonight. He'll have to send that to us tomorrow. So please know we will upload what we have so you can look at it, and then we'll make it available, and then we'll make those as soon as he's able to get those to us. We'll put those out there for you.
Okay, yeah, that was kind of my question too, so I can zoom in, walked all of these streets, and want to kind of try and anticipate any questions I may get. I've just a couple kind of comments, really just, let's look at, well, I don't know if it ends up getting reflected in a board policy or just your district procedures, but really just looking hard at school of choice, because we're a little high on some schools, and school of choice could blow that out of the water if it's let unfettered, which is what it's been for the last couple of years. That's how Escondido got to 900 kids, right? Like type thing. So without a district and school of choice, those policies, if there's a policy that needs to come to the board, let us know right away. If it's just something you're going to change in your procedures, be nice if we just kind of know what those changes are so we can answer questions in our committee once you guys figure that portion out. Don't expect answers on that tonight.
Right. No, and
You're
we'll have school
looking
of
at
choice
it.
information once we're able to even share registration information. So our ability to even release when registration can occur hinges on this, because once we get the finalized maps with all the streets, it's probably going to take our PEM staff a minimum of 3 weeks just to get all of the addresses uploaded so that we can roll into registration. So for everyone out there, registration and school of choice is coming, but it is going to be delayed based on this, so.
Okay. I think, Dr. J, I might sit down with you on the side. I've just got some questions, but they kind of require me zooming in on the maps and asking you about just a couple of areas. Just, there are areas I know I'm going to get questions on, and y'all have had a lot of discussions, so there's a few, I need to hear more detailed, kind of the rationale for a few little things. So once those conversations come my direction, I know all the thought patterns that were with you guys in regards to some of the middle school and the balancing of the high school numbers, because seeing veterans continue to go lower. It was a struggle point last year because we had to keep numbers high to keep a 6A football team. And sorry, I'm not from Texas. I love football, but I don't make my decisions based off football, make my decisions off what kids need, right? So as we see course offerings continue to diminish at Veterans Memorial, because we continue to beef up UIL numbers. I personally don't care about UIL numbers. I care about what's best for all of our kids. So, but I think that's better as a help me understand the maps, because I think there's more to it than that. I see demographer guys like, yeah, there was way more conversation than that. So I'll talk to you about both of those. Yeah, and then I want to talk about the loss of the 250 high schoolers in 6 months. In fact, off of this, doesn't directly impact this topic, but I want to see where those people generally went. Just see big trends in attrition. Are they going to online high schools places? Because those are trends we're watching across the entire state. So we normally don't have that big of a loss at the high school level. So those were some pretty staggering numbers just from October through March. So, but that'll be just a follow-up conversation whenever we have time to watch that for next year, because if that becomes a fall trend next year with some of the things, because I've gotten notifications from 5 of my colleagues whose school districts are probably starting online high schools next year, and we'll also be recruiting our kids. So we'll just keep an eye on that. But that was all I had. Any last calls on this?
I'd like to just, I guess, backtrack on the mobility part. I mean, we understand we've had some challenges with mobility in our district, and it's increased significantly over the years. I guess I'll use this opportunity just to reiterate my point again of why it's important to maintain a certain level of personnel, because obviously personnel will be needed to address students that have needs. And so I look forward to reviewing those positions that are going to be potentially eliminated, because again, I can say for every year I've been on this board, have advocated for social emotional wellness of our students and academic success. And I really am concerned about the level of cuts that are coming, especially if there's not other remedies that we know that are out there. So I'm concerned, but in regards to this map, I think it's clean, it's good. Thank you, Ms. Stanford, for asking questions on transportation, because that is clearly an area that could be costly and then take away from the projected savings that we were telling our community we would see with every elementary school and middle school that was reduced. So that'll be something we evaluate going forward. Thank you.
Well, thanks to Dr. J and Demography and Greg Gibson and the cabinet, because I know this is one of those projects where it's just, you move one line and all of a sudden it messes everything up. Then you move another line and then you move it right. I see them nodding. So coming up with this, and when you're dealing with 3, it's not just one, it's 3 different levels of it, and it is a giant non-boxy area. So I thank you guys for putting all that time and effort. I think that we saw how emotional this is for the public when they saw some of the early drafts from growth and planning and everything. So I know you guys being able to articulate the rationale behind this, and then us being able to go out with our talking points to our community about why this is the best, mid-range, I don't want to call it long-term, but it's not a year. We're not changing, hopefully, the boundaries again next year, that, for the next 3 to 5 years, this should be kind of what our district looks like, and be able to rely on that for a little bit. So thank you to you and the entire team, and thanks for it being a long night, but we haven't, this is good. This was good talking. This was 4.5 hours of lots of good thoughts, and I appreciate everybody's work. So.
Well, and I would just say, too, regarding that comment about evaluating lines, We don't know what our enrollment decreases will be. If there's already major decreases of $5 million, that's going to be a shift in enrollment that we may have to reevaluate again next year. So I think it'd be false to say, oh, we don't have to do this for 3 to 5 years. We may need to do this in another year or two, because obviously that's a concern. And I'll be looking at enrollment trends too to see where the deficiencies are. And if we're losing because of charter schools or private schools. So we have to continue to be on that to make sure that we're staffed appropriately.
And just to confirm that, when you guys drew these lines, we used the 10-year updated demography projections, right?
Yes.
That Zonda, you guys do a 10-year look, right? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and I'll be providing that to you as well.
Okay, that's, I forgot. I written that down, so I liked seeing what that looks like with the 10-year. Kind of shows over time where we're going to end up as a district. So, awesome. Well, there being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned at 9:57 PM. Thank you.